I told you. I told you that I would be back in the building for a doubleheader. I told you that I would be back. I got a great show for today. Are whites responsible for the majority of crimes in America? Special guest is Be Brave and Think. You know, I've gone to so many panels and I hear that, you know, every time you talk about any type of situation in America, you talk about the incident in Chicago, you talk about the incident in Alabama, the shooting, all dealing with black people. People on panels will say, well, white people do it too. They are also criminals too. Well, guys, today is a great day because Be Brave and Think, who is open-minded, who's a critical thinker, he thinks not. He thinks otherwise. Guys, please call in. The link is dropped. I want to hear from Be Brave and Think's perspective on why he thinks otherwise. There are a lot of blacks who think that, hey, whites commit the most crimes. Whites commit the most mass murders. Whites commit the most white collar crimes. But Be Brave and Think is going to, I'm pretty sure he's going to combat this. And if you don't agree with them, call in. StreamYard link is dropped. Please feel free to call in. With that being said, Be Brave and Think. What's up, man? You're on mute, sir. Oh, I muted you. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Oh, my volume good?
Volume is good. Yep.
Okay, yeah. No, the whites do it too. Excellent throw out there, Chaotic, because
Go ahead, sir.
That is exactly what is the most disgusting, childish, naive statement you can make when such violence is going on in the inner cities. To say whites do it too. When in reality, the whites in the inner cities are doing none of the violent crimes. Almost none, comparatively.
Almost none. Okay.
Almost none. And I say the difference is so the difference is so stark that if you got one or two, you don't get to compare that to 1,000.
Okay.
That doesn't give you the right to go whites do it too when 2 compared to 1,000 is the stats. When you speak of on your billboard, you had excellent pictures. You had Jeffrey Dahmer. You had the Buffalo shooter. You had Bernie Madoff, and you had the shaman. Okay? Now, on an inner city transport bus or a subway or walking down the street, you would not fear any of those people.
No. If I just happen to be walking down the street, no. If I didn't know them from a can of paint, the threat, I will admit, the threat level would not be as high as with other people. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Even on the violence of that filthy Jeffrey Dahmer and the Buffalo shooter, you still, look at them, would not think in a threatening manner because white violent crime is so low. That's how low white violent crime is. You could sit next to a what do you call it? The Jeffrey Dahmer, the eater killer, or the white mass murder, the mass shooter. The white crime is so low, you wouldn't be afraid of any of that. Bernie Madoff could sit right beside you and nothing. Now, the reality is on the mass shootings, there was 150 this year. Did you hear about them? A mass shooting is four people killed or injured in a single incident. There was 150 of them this year. Mostly blacks by far did those. There's nothing in the news on them. I like to go around with Blue Cousin on his assertion that, well, the media just don't have time to cover all the black crime. No, the media is setting up white people to be the face of mass shooters. That is filth in and of itself because of the sadness of how many people are victims of black mass shooters. That's disgusting. And that's why when you look at the violence of blacks in the inner cities attacking strangers, that my position is that is the most destructive force to the American culture at this time that we face right now.
So you're telling me that the dollar potentially collapsing. You're telling me that individuals who can't afford medical care. You're telling me that are you telling me that rampant poverty, failing school systems, the number one problem is the blacks that are committing random acts of violence?
The blacks that are committing violent acts in the cities is the number one problem. That list that you just gave proves, if I'm correct, and I know I am,
go ahead,
how what a problem it is, because those problems that you mentioned are not chopped liver.
Okay.
Those are real.
Okay.
But yet our problem in this country right now is the people that live in the inner cities and live in areas where low-income black people live. They are now looking over their shoulder every move they make, so that they don't get robbed, stabbed, carjacked. So their stores, the stores are closing down all over the nation. It's because of blacks at the bottom in the inner cities.
So are you telling me that stores in Oregon, stores? Oh, Savage Red Recovery, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Says Phantom of the Opera all lit up. We came to this. I don't know what that means, but I'm gonna rock with you. Thank you so much for the super chat. So be brave. Let me get this straight.
Okay.
Are you telling me, or telling the audience,
yes,
that you believe that blacks are more criminally inclined and blacks are the problems in these cities to the point where they also affect states where blacks are damn near zero in the population? For example, like, are you telling me that stores closing in Montana, you could blame Bozeman, Montana, you can blame black people for that? Go ahead. Like a Walmart. Go ahead.
Be very careful. I say that the stores that are around the blacks are closing.
Okay.
We don't have any Walmarts closing where all white people go. So we don't have Boise, Montana. Pardon me?
There were no Walmarts.
I'm not sure of the size of Boise, Montana. Okay, I'm telling you, wherever there's stores closing in large city, it's because of blacks robbing, kicking in, acting out, stealing, shoplifting, and tearing them up. That's just one aspect of it. That is violent, because the storekeepers, and it's been proven many times on closed circuit television, get attacked also. Not to mention the armed robberies that take place. But if you add up the store closings and you add up the fact that you can't park your car at a ball game anymore without your windows getting smashed in, or you can't go you're at a street corner and you got 6 foot tall, I don't care if they call them kids, coming up to your car and you don't know whether they're nuts or not, and you got on top of that the violence that is done against blacks also. I'm not talking about blacks against whites on violence. I'm talking about these black kids are terrorizing everybody around them.
Hold on for 1 second. Let me read the super chat real quick. Thank you so much again, Savage, for the super chat. Savage says Phantom of the Opera, oh up to it. We was kings. I don't know what Savage is talking about, but let me ask you a question though. Be brave and think. Bernie Madoff. Let's use white collar crime first, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Bernie Madoff. We all know who he is, but for people who don't know, Bernie Madoff was an American fraudster and financier. He masterminded the largest Ponzi scheme in human history. $64 billion. Now, are you telling me that the common street criminal is worse than Bernie Madoff? Go ahead, sir.
I'll let the audience decide for themselves. When you see Bernie Madoff living next to you, are you worried about him are you worried about getting followed home by Bernie Madoff and getting shot when you pull in your driveway because they want your bags and they want $20 from you? Anybody worry about Bernie Madoff there? Nope. Did anybody worry about Bernie Madoff in any violent crimes? Did anybody worry about him? No. Okay. So that's my point. There is there's an analogy I use, and I'll make this quick. There's an analogy that I use. We, the common folk, are in a cage all together. And then there's this corporate might. They're outside of the cage poking sharp sticks at us with the media or whatever they want to do. Now, we can't get at them. But in the cage is where our lives matter. In the cage with us is where the black inner city murderers are destroying that cage a society.
Mm-hmm.
That's the ones that are messing up that are messing up people.
Okay.
We need to get at who is in the cage with us
Mm.
first, and then we can worry about Bernie Madoff. But right now, anybody who's honest would first worry about the person in the cage with us that's going to stab us and take our $20 and kill people for nothing because somebody said something at a McDonald's, which happened just not too a day or so ago. 4 people killed, or 2 people were killed. 2 people were shot at McDonald's for waiting in the line for too long.
What if someone were to ask you, sir, fentanyl? There's a big fentanyl or crisis in America. Are you telling me fentanyl users, which are predominantly white, are you telling me that they have more of a redeemable quality than the inner city criminal or carjacker, like you say? Go ahead.
Yes, the inner city violent criminal. Yes, they do, because they keep their suicide to themselves. If they kill themselves, it's to themselves. If they're not on fentanyl or they're on fentanyl, they're not around. They don't shoot up their neighborhoods. They're not going to people's houses when they come home with packages from the store and shooting them for their packages. And I think the fentanyl issue on the white race is also overblown a little. But that I'm gonna go with the official story. I don't care how many whites kill themselves or on drugs. They're not tearing up. They're not making it dangerous to walk down the goddamn street.
Okay,
that's the difference.
Okay, Savage, what's up, man? Salute to you. Do you have a question, comment for Be Brave and Think? I think he has a great topic piece right here. What say you, sir? Do you believe that whites are causing an astronomical amount of crime in the country?
No, I don't think we are, but I do think that we are the most evil, and we should take our our place on that pedestal and be the most evil and be kings of it.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Yeah.
Well, it's always the white man that's doing something bad. We're always the evil ones. Might as well just embrace it. Just take the title and go with it. We're the most racist. We're the most oppressive. Like, we should just go full go with the agenda. Just stop fighting it. Quit pretending like, oh no, we're not racist. Like, nope, we're everything that you say we are. We sleep with our cousins. We're gay. All them things. We're just monsters. Just evil monsters.
Okay, so then let me get it straight. You don't think we're actually evil. You're thinking we should just go ahead and, rather than run from evil, just let them think we're evil?
Oh no, we should be evil. Like, we need to get them high crime. We need to get them crime stats up. Like, we really need to get them like basketball numbers. We need to get that stuff going.
Savage, look, buddy. To say that we need to, you're saying you're implying that we need to up and get taken part in the violent crimes that take part against people. I guess that's what you're saying. We need to also become violent against strangers.
Yeah, we need to make like suburbs as deadly as the inner city. Like, that's what we need to start doing.
Yeah, I've never heard of such nonsense. I don't know what you're thinking.
Let me get this straight, guys. Let me get this straight. Let me get this straight, because I'm being a little bit of devil's advocate here. You already know my position on this. Are you telling me, sir, that most whites in the country, when they are out and about, they fear being carjacked from inner city blacks?
Not
whites. Is that what you tell me, Be Brave and Think? Would you say?
Yeah, of course. You go into an inner city, there's no white kids carjacking. I mean, if you find one, okay, but no, there's carjackings all over the inner cities, all across the nation, and violent ones. They don't care if the person falls out of the car and smashes on the pavement, as long as they get that car.
We have a black person that's going to call in. His name is King Spark. He's a business owner. He's certainly not a criminal. I'm pretty sure he's abhorrent at what he's hearing. King Spark, who do you believe is committing most of the crimes in the country? Now, I did throw this out here. I believe that Bernie Madoff is the greatest criminal of all time, and he happens to be a white man. But Be Brave argues that if you saw Bernie Madoff walking down the street, you wouldn't be scared of him. Me, I would be, because he destroyed the lives of thousands of people 1 minute. But that's neither here. Go ahead, be brave. You get the floor.
That's because you know him to be that. I'm telling you to look at him, the crime he committed, to look at him as a stranger, you would not be at all afraid of him. So therefore, his crime is something outside of what is destroying the inner cities with violence.
Okay. King Spark, what say you, sir?
Go
ahead, sir.
First thing I like to say is that first to you, Chaotic, I just want to commend you for your tenacity and your tireless work that you're putting in, man. Every time I look up, man, you fucking working, bro, and I respect you for that. But anyway, moving right along. I will say that the crimes that blacks commit are more of a personal nature. And I will say that the crimes that the whites are committing, like the mass shootings, for example, they're quite senseless. Senseless.
So, sir, are you aware that there's 150 mass shootings this year? And how many of them do you think were done by whites? The 2 that you know about? Or the other 148 mass shootings don't matter? You brought up mass shootings, I didn't. You brought up the crimes that whites bring in mass shootings. And earlier you said the blacks are committing personal crimes. Sir, you've got to adjust that. The blacks are committing violent crimes against strangers in the inner cities. And so go answer me on this, because this mass shooting crap has to stop. I need you to acknowledge the fact that if there's 150 mass shootings this year, 640 last year, how in the hell can you say mass shootings is a white problem?
What is the definition of mass shootings for you?
Four or more people killed or injured in a single incident. I want to know how you can say whites are the mass shooters. Are the face of mass shooting. Given the stats of 640 last year, 150 this year, that you didn't know about, I'm sure.
Well, here's the deal, right? No, I didn't know about 148 mass shootings.
Okay, then please stop with the deal.
Just get up and Google. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you.
Guys, as we want to real quick, then be brave. Go ahead, sir.
We're talking. I want to stick to issues here.
Go ahead.
I don't want to go off on side issues. You said whites are the mass shooters. I'm looking for you to say you were wrong.
Right.
You were wrong, right?
Through your evidence, I'm wrong.
No, yes.
Evidence of
it's the government. It's the government site. Gun archives. 150 mass shootings. Last year was 640, and there's many mass shootings that are done even more. Wait, forget the number 4. There's 5 injured, 2 killed, 7 injured, 1 killed, 7 injured, 3 killed. No, if there's 50 mass shootings this year, and there was 640 last year, how dare you? Now let me say it like that. I want you to say that the mass shooters that you know about, which are 2 or 3, for you to say that mass shooters are white, the face of mass shooting is white, I want you to admit you're wrong.
Okay, King Spark, go ahead.
If I'm gonna take your word for it, Bree Brave, then I guess I'm wrong.
All right.
But as far as what I've been, the information I've been privy to, I would say that I'm right. I mean, I wouldn't know that information and then come on here and say, or I wouldn't have an experience and then come over here and say the opposite. Like just me just secretly knowing that, okay, all these blacks have been, responsible for these mass shootings.
King Spark, give me 1 second real quick. To be fair, be brave.
Yeah.
Did the black man or woman drop a bomb on Hiroshima that killed hundreds of thousands of people?
No,
now, that's what a lot of people would ask you. I'm just being neutral.
That's good. That's good because my position is this.
Go ahead, sir.
And first of all, the information you were privy to, King, was I don't know what information that you're looking at that you think whites are the only mass shooters, but it's very.
I'm just talking about what's reported. I'm just what's reported.
Right. That's the media machine.
The mass media.
Yes, that's the media machine. Yes, you are correct.
Right.
According to that, whites are doing it. That's not the reality of the facts. Okay, now Hiroshima, the bomb of Hiroshima. So That is one of the vilest acts because that war was on its way to being over and they were still dropped. So you get to ask yourself, and I will ask myself, who in the hell are these white people that are in charge that are doing these wars around the planet? I'm game for that. So, but my position is that's something that we have no control over. Nobody on this panel. What we have control over is we can insist that these little vile psycho animals in the inner cities be confronted and dealt with. That's something we can do, and that in itself, if they were taken care of, would improve the living standard and the living standard in the inner cities by 90%, tenfold. The values of inner cities would increase overnight astronomically if you took care of the black crime. That's how bad the black crime is.
Chaotic, hold on. Okay, Be Brave. Let me ask you a question. Are you familiar with a term called economic castration?
Yes, that's not done. It's not complicated. Go ahead.
Okay, so all right, so here we go. What I'm saying is that most of those black crimes are committed for money,
right?
Or related to money.
Yes. You think that's to buy food? You think those people are not being fed with welfare, food stamps? You think those people are living in? No, let me finish. No. Let me finish. You think those people?
Hold on for one second. Hold your thought. I got a super chat. Thank you so much, Drake Miller, for the $5 super chat. Says Investigative Assistance for Violent Crimes Act of 2012 defines mass killings as 3 or more killings in a single incident. So Be Brave might be right in this sense if you look at it that way.
I know. Okay, so what I was saying is, how dare you act like these thugs are killing people because of food? They're getting food. We're paying for that. They're getting housing. We're paying for that. They have showers every day. We're paying for that. They shit in a stool and flush it away. They're not digging in ditches like third world countries. To act like this economic castration plays a part in here is just completely silly. And this is another, you need to answer this question, yes or no. Do you actually believe that all of those violent crimes are because they just were hungry? Do you believe that?
Well, you're taking it to an extreme here, but I will say this:
you're the one that set up that argument.
When it comes to, hold on. Let me
I got you. I'm just saying.
For you, okay? Okay, let me clear it up for you. Okay, what I mean by that is that, well, by your standards, okay, eating food, okay, and shitting in a toilet is not living. That is surviving at the that is the bottom tier.
That is the foundation of human existence, sir. Food, shitting in a toilet,
and housing. I understand that, but what I'm saying is that these people are committing these crimes to live. When I say live, I don't mean live in the basics of food, water, and shelter. I mean to be able to participate. Right? To be able to participate at restaurants, sporting events, concerts, shopping, all of these things that are considered the American way of life, okay? Not just because you could get some government cheese and make you a grilled cheese sandwich, you be content.
All right, good point. Now, Savage Red, hold on. I got to answer this guy. Sir, do you know how many white people don't get to go to games? Do you know how many white people don't get to participate in the luxuries of life? Do you know how many white people are living in single family homes? Do you know how many white people don't even that they don't even know where in the hell their next rent may come from? How dare you say that it is this American standard of living, which is very high even for the poor, is leading these young blacks to crime? Sir, it's a psychopath mentality that these young blacks are violent animals. That's what they're about. They're not looking to participate. They only get a $20 bill when they kill somebody for it. What's that going to do? Go buy them a car so they can participate? No, whites are very much at the bottom. They're not committing violent crimes.
King Spark, hold on for 1 second. Savage, what's up? Man, you got your hand up like it's elementary school. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to cut people off. So the The poorest county in United States is in West Virginia. It's a white county.
Yep.
Does not have the murder rate that any inner city has. Also,
Ooh.
if you're making a claim that people are not trying to survive, they're trying to live, by that standard, that means that I can get back on 76, go up to 77, and go shoot up like 13 blocks to go buy a Gucci belt, and you can't get mad about it because I'm trying to live, not trying to survive.
I mean, I'm glad that y'all are able to shed light. I'm glad that y'all are able to shed light on the situation. But I'm saying, what I'm saying is that okay, this information, like I said, this is a good opportunity for you to show what's really going on. But you gotta understand what's presented to us, right? What's presented to us, right, is not that. Okay, what most of these blacks, when they think of whites, they think of Gucci, Louis Vuitton, luxury living, and the whole 9 yards. They don't think of poor whites. Poor whites aren't poor. It's not a large portrayal of poor whites that the American public sees.
King Spark, give me 1 second real quick. Be brave.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I know this is one incident, just one incident.
All right.
I'm not saying that this is a full-scale phenomenon because you and I both know it's not.
Okay.
Can you name me a black 18-year-old boy that has ever decided to kill 10 white people at the same time, like the Buffalo shooter? Now, mind you, I'm not saying this happens all the time, but could you just do that?
I can name you. Yes, I can.
What he's saying is that there may not be however many.
Yeah, hold on. Let me. Yeah.
4 black kids who killed 3 people every time that scale that out in the inner city. So
Captain Morgan,
I agree with him, but I disagree. We got to use our words really, really precisely here because we're speaking on dangerous topics. Because let's just go a little spade. That kid in Kansas City, he got killed because of the activities and behaviors of those other kids.
Right, hold on for a second. But be brave. Answer the question real quick. I'm just curious.
Okay, if you got one person to kill 10, you know how many young black men that are 18 killed 7 or shot up 7? Now, if he shot 7, and it's every day as opposed to this one person doing 10, and there's 7, 5, 6, 7, 8 killed every day in the nation, sometimes 2 a day. Now, hold on. He didn't kill him, but listen to me. He hit him with bullets. Do you think so? Are you giving? See, I'm giving him credit for killing 7 people because it could have happened that way. Just because somebody got injured, that bullet hit him. It could have went anywhere. So to bring up a 10 number.
Disagree. You're not a prosecutor. The guy's not dead. That's a false statistic.
No, it's not a false statistic.
I disagree.
No. Well, you can disagree all you want. I'm saying if 8 people were hit by bullets and 2 of them died, the other 6 could have easily been killed. I'm giving that kid credit for messing up 8 people's lives. And that's all over every day. You bring up 110 number, and I'm telling you, that's what we're doing to our own demise as a society. And furthermore, did you hear anybody making excuses for the white 10 killer? Nope, they wanted him dead. All of them. All white people wanted him dead.
Hey,
no white
be brave.
people live.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why, let's just say this rap culture, this gang culture, right? This kill 'em culture, right? Mm-hmm. Why are the young blacks heavily compensated by rich white folks to promote that culture?
The fact that we don't look into that is the reason for that is because there's too many people going, conspiracies are nonsense. King, what's your name? King, yeah. There's too many conspiracy people saying conspiracies are nonsense. Never mind who controls the rap. And that's disgusting. But here's the problem again. You know how many white people are victims and listening to the same stuff? And they're not doing anything. They're not killing. You have to understand, white people consume rap music. Hello, we all know this. They're not shooting anybody. They're not killing.
Number 1 consumers of it.
Right. Number 1 consumers, and they're not doing anything that the songs tell them to do. Here's the thing. For you to bring up rap as an excuse, for the violent,
No.
psychotic behavior.
No.
Wait a minute, let me finish.
Hold on, guys. I gotta read super chats. Drake Miller with the $5 super chat says the FBI says blacks are overrepresented in murder, suspects, and victims, other crimes, property crimes, etc. Mostly in the white community. Property crimes are mostly in the white community. But go ahead, be brave. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, we got it. Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
So to bring up this age-old story of, well, it's the rap music. Sorry, failure. Whites are the number one consumers of rap. They're not killing anybody. They're not carjacking.
But so here's the deal, though. Okay, so something's gotta give here. Okay, because if the whites are the number one consumers of the rap music, and you're telling me even though they're poor. They're not doing no killing and stealing or nothing like that. What I would argue is that not only, first of all, the rap music is just a piece of the culture. But what I was saying was it's not necessarily an excuse. I just find it interesting that the people that are compensating them happen to be white men. I find it very, very interesting.
That is interesting, but it doesn't. My point is the people that are compensating them. Again, are you afraid to ride with them on the goddamn bus? So see, where's the problem? That's what we're not focusing on. I know it hurts. I know it's uncomfortable. Here's the problem. Go ahead. Read your.
Am I still choppy?
No, you sound good, Jenny. But hold on for 1 second. Savage, go ahead and say what you got to say, sir. Go ahead.
Well, unfortunately, every race of people have had a gangster class or a criminal underclass and made music, and they didn't put their crimes or their behaviors into music. The mob, they were.
I never heard Frank Sinatra singing about gangster stuff. You know, he had mob ties. You're right. Go ahead, Savage.
All right. The other thing of it is based on your argument about how all you see is rich white people, but do you know what the median income is in America?
King's
I don't know, 35 to probably 25 to 35. What is it?
Pretty sure it's 45 right about now.
Is it 45?
Go ahead, Savage.
Median income is between $42,000 to $50,000, depending on what race you are. So, if the median income is around $50,000 a year, and blacks make up about 13% of the country, and whites make up about 60% of the country, the statistics just don't show that white people are wearing Gucci belts or have expensive linens or going to NBA games or. Like they just,
but the wearing of the Gucci belts. The wearing of the Gucci belts is to pretend that you're successful and to pretend that you've made it. It's not. They're just as fucking poor. If I give you $1,000, Savage, I'm sorry. If I give you $1,000, Savage, right now, okay, and you decide to go buy a Gucci belt and an Armani shirt, right? That's just a poor decision on your part. Doesn't mean that you have any more money, but you're just kind of retarded.
Blacks, Blacks, let's be fair here. You drive to Kent, Ohio, where it's a college town, where rich people go. You ain't gonna see poor white people wearing Gucci belts. But if I drive to Cleveland, I will see a person wearing a Gucci belt catching the bus.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Like,
absolutely.
The bottom line is
it's a psychosis. I mean, I'm not going to disclose what I make, but it's more than the average, and I don't own damn Gucci belt. Not even.
Maybach says this: whites kill their entire family. They kill their wife and children 75% more. Be brave. What say you about that? And let
who has been telling people on here for 3 months now that we understand whites kill their wives and kids? Who is denying that? Are we like I don't know. I don't want to. Where's wrong with us that we can't separate the difference between in-house destruction of your family and public destruction of a culture. If you can't comprehend that difference, you may either be afraid of reality, or you may not be able to comprehend reality. But finally, the one thing though on your statement, King Shenard, oh, he left? He knows there's poor whites all around him, and he sees them everywhere. Who do you think you're shitting? Poor whites are everywhere. You see them everywhere.
Wait, hold on. I live
King,
in. Wait. I gotta respond to that.
Hold on a second. It's getting too out of order already. Let Captain Morgan get in. He's been patiently waiting.
Okay.
Captain Morgan, do you have a question specifically for Be Brave and Think?
I wanted to combat them because I've been listening and I love the conversation, and it's something that we need to have. And of course, gratitude to the brother Chaotic for having it. But it's dangerous in the sense that, like, I feel like we're just coming up here with emotion as opposed to examples. Like you said it earlier, like there's 60% of the country is still white, like just lily white, no problem there. It's just as a matter of fact, they commit more crimes. But at the same time, I agree with you that the stuff that's going on in the inner city is particularly destructive. Like, for example, you want to talk about violence, a violent crime like carjackings. I just read that a whole bunch of insurers are no longer covering Hyundais because it's easy to steal their, through a USB key or whatever the method is. But the point is that it's such a relevant, it's so out of control that, they have to, close stores down in Portland, close these stores down in Chicago. So we're wrong. Basically,
and let me respond. Be brave. Be brave.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay. Okay. All right. I know what's about to happen here. Everybody's cutting everybody off. Be brave. I'm only gonna bring up one person at a time at this point. No offense, everybody. It's just I can't do the cutting off right now. I can't do it. My brain can't take it right now. Lena says mob versus the gang. Ooh, that's a good one. They are not the same thing. Mob is about enterprise and establishment. Gang is about selling other people's stuff. Now, be brave. A lot of blacks will say, well, the mob used to shoot and kill and the Jewish mob and this, that, and the other. Is that the same thing as what you're saying about the inner city black crime?
I don't. That was however long ago it was. You think I would defend it if I lived among it? No. I would be talking filthy about it. Number two, that's number one. Number two, let's not try this nonsense. This ain't gang shooting anymore. These are three kids deciding they're going to kill somebody for the fun of it. These are two kids that are going to kill somebody because they want their $20. These are two kids that got on Facebook and went and shot up a graduation party and killed three people and injured 5. These are not gangs. Nice try on that one.
Janine, you there? Gina, you there? You're on mute.
I am. Is it choppy?
It's choppy. Go ahead.
Okay. First off, statistics say that. First off, let's stop the cap. It's no blacks just running.
Yeah, Gina, I gotta get you up out of here. It just sounds like utter shit. I can't take it. Greatness with the $5 super chat says there are more blacks going to college, raising families, and growing communities. Y'all know that, right? The black community is not just the inner city, which is true. You have blacks who are incredibly affluent in the country. You have black people who have, I think the stat is not a stat, but there's 1 million black people with a net worth over $1 million. Now, that doesn't mean they have liquid $1 million cash, but a net worth over $1 million. There are blacks who are CEOs of major companies, Fortune 500 companies. There are blacks who have their own equity firms. There are blacks who have their own hedge funds. There are very affluent blacks. I'm a member of an illustrious fraternity, Alpha Phi Alpha. There are black medical doctors. Blacks primarily don't really live in the inner city. A lot of blacks live in the suburbs, et cetera, et cetera. But be brave. What say you to this super chat right here, sir?
I'm telling you that's the most outrageous attempt, and it's over, and it's old, and it's silly. Who doesn't know that they're... I call them the 30%. That's the blacks that are doing what they're supposed to do. I call the ones that are killing the 3 or 4%, and then the other 70% making excuses for them. You've got a small number of blacks that are killing people for the fun of it. How dare you bring up like somebody doesn't understand that there are many fine, upstanding black people, even though I don't want to risk living around them because I don't know them.
Okay, now Savage, you wanted to broach this first, then King, Spark, then Captain Morgan. Let's keep it for like a minute or two, but go ahead.
Yeah, put a timer on it.
Well, it's quite clear that it's a small minority of the black community, but here's the difference. You're not going to see any white person ever in history or in the future come out and say, yeah, but Jeffrey Dahmer, he was probably a cool guy, or, oh, you just don't understand him, or you don't know about his life. But you will see some gangbanger shoot somebody up, and someone will come out and say, he was a nice boy. He didn't hurt nobody.
70% of the black race will do that.
Okay. King, Spark.
The first thing I wanted to say is my business is in Washington, D.C., okay? Ain't no poor whites out there, homeboy. Let me just let you know. Let me just speak to that right there.
All right, but you know there's poor whites everywhere you go.
I'm just saying.
I got you.
I'm telling you how I live, where I see what I see day to day.
You've been
that's not
King, you've been living your whole life. You've been around many dirt poor white people. Don't try it on me.
I haven't though, bro. I'm a military brat. I have not. I've been on air bases.
You know what? Then maybe since you might be naive, and I would certainly owe you an apology for claiming that you've seen plenty of poor whites. But I'm thinking this: you're a pretty smart fella. When you get outside of them military bases, you see people that are white trash everywhere you go. I don't care how rich the neighborhood you live in.
Captain Morgan, go ahead. Sorry, keep it to like a minute or two in this.
Yeah, let's put a timer on us. Me too.
Yep.
I'm conflicted because there's elements of what you're saying I agree with. Like there's a lot of truth in there, but there's also some stuff that I don't. And it just rakes me over the coals, and it affects the message that I think that you're trying to get out. I guess my critique would be this brother Kevin Samuels already proved that there's more than I want to say. You said 30% are the only people doing the right thing in the community. That in itself, what you just said, like that is problematic for a variety of reasons. It's closer to I want to say a 60-40 split the other way, where 60% are doing the right thing and 40%, just like the wokeness that's going on in today's, it's a very small but loud minority that are making these things. And every last one of these kids that you see that are doing these young this crime in the inner cities, they're young, and they don't have a family structure there. That is the underlying problem. So there's no accountability to be had. There's all other things that are going on too. So it's not just a one size fits all.
Time. Okay. Timing. This will be quick.
Go ahead,
sir. Let me make clear, and thanks for forcing the clarification. When I say 30%, I'm saying 30% that are doing the right thing, and 30% are saying you filthy, vile-ass psycho blacks you need dealt with. Because when I'm saying 70%, I don't call doing the right thing at your job and then making excuses for murderous psychopaths doing the right thing. That's why I refer to 70%. Not that a good portion of that 70% are not going to work every day. That's not what I'm implying. Thanks for clearing that up, because that's a good point. Now, so that means when I say 30%, I'm saying there's 30% of blacks that are sick of their race. There's 70% of the blacks that are making excuses for the psychopaths, and that is why I say they're living a filthy, wrong, no good for nothing, insidious, sickening life.
Can I ask you a question? Just everybody on the panel real quick, and starting with Be Brave real quick.
Yeah.
Be Brave, who is more likely to destroy a neighborhood, a town, or a city?
A single black woman with her boyfriend and her kids.
Okay. Captain Morgan, who is more likely to destroy a city, neighborhood, or town?
He said it.
Okay. King Spark, same question for you, sir. Who's more likely to destroy a neighborhood, a town, or a city?
I would agree, but let me add this real quick, Chaotic. If you want to move the conversation a little bit, what do you all think about solutions to these problems?
No, we don't want to move to
that.
No, we don't want to move to that.
Sir.
Well, we passing a lot of blame right now, so
that's right. That's the point.
Hold on a second, Savage. Who is more likely to destroy a neighborhood?
Clearly, white people.
Greatness to work with the $5 super chat says your stats are wrong, sir. Only 25% of blacks are considered in the lower class, so almost 70% of us are doing the right thing. Be brave. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, see, that's what I'm saying. You're not catching on to what I'm saying or listening. What I can prove is that 70% of the black race is involved in apologizing for these psychos. That's why they're doing the wrong thing. That's why they're not behaving socially responsible. How dare anybody sit there and make an excuse for somebody that just shot 3 people and say he was a good boy in the wrong place at the wrong time? So I'm saying 70%. I'm sticking by that.
Can I respond to that, Chaotic? Can I respond to that?
Captain Morgan, you can respond to it. Go ahead, Captain Morgan.
So you're saying 70% of the entire black race is making, regardless of their action, they're making excuses for the 30% of the no good doers.
No, I said 70% are making excuses for the 5% that are psycho killers, tearing up everything.
I didn't hear that, and I guarantee you nobody else on the panel heard.
Oh yes, I've said it 1,000 times though. I said the 70% are making excuses and apologizing for the small percentage of psychopathic killers. That's what they're doing. I've said it 100 times.
I would give it more to it's a little bit more than 5%, but it's not 10, so I can appreciate your honesty.
Yeah, I'm saying it's low.
Because you were sounding like you were saying that 30% of black people are trash. The other 70% are making excuses for them. That's where
No. Come on. You heard me say 30% of the people are well-reasoned, fine, upstanding people that are sick of black people. That's what the 30%. Okay. And the 70% is the ones that are idiots.
Okay.
Can I say something, Chaos?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't look at it as I don't see myself, because to be honest with you, I hate the senseless killings just as much as you do, or even more, because it's somebody that's represented that looks like me that's doing it, right? But I don't think it's about making an excuse or apologizing. I think it's more about pointing out the extenuating circumstances that could potentially be causing the problems.
Okay.
That's what it is. It's not an apology. It's not. I hate it, just like you do. But what I'm saying is that there may be more behind it if you pull back the curtain.
Okay, here's how this goes. If a white person kills somebody and goes crazy, I ain't worried about him. I want him dead. I don't care what their life was. Number 2, we're not after looking at far-reaching circumstances. We're after what's happening. Right now, what's happening is people in the larger cities are being terrorized by a small percentage of one race of people. That's what we're discussing. So the motion here in a debate, if anything close to it, is this true? Is the black race tearing apart the American culture with their violent psychopathic behavior, or aren't they? And I'm telling you, this motion is not about what caused it. This motion is not about what we should do about it. The motion is who's doing this filth in the inner cities, and let's get on with recognizing it. That way, maybe we can ever actually confront the reality.
It's a pissing contest.
If you need to call it that, if you're that much of a coward.
You're making it a pissing contest right now.
I'm pointing out statistics.
How about this? Let me ask you a question, Big Brave, and then I want people to follow up with this question after Be Brave. How does you say that it's black criminality that is destroying America?
Yes.
Okay. How does black criminality affect the infrastructure?
What's going on when I say they're destroying America? They're taking all of the inner cities and they're making them unlivable. You can still do infrastructure. And it's known that people that are doing infrastructures in extremely dangerous neighborhoods keep an eye out like they're in a war zone. They don't. You can see there's closed circuit cameras everywhere where people are messing with workers that are doing the city properties. People, so to try to say that that somehow the infrastructure is not being met. It is. It's being repaired. And the infrastructure is very important. But I'm saying when it comes down to the culture of America, because remember, I agreed that there's a lot of damage that the corporate machine's doing. But I'm saying for us at the bottom, at the street level, our lives in the inner cities are being destroyed by black psychopaths.
Now, Captain Morgan, would you agree with him on the blacks destroying the infrastructure of the entire U.S. of A? Go ahead, Captain Morgan.
Wait a minute, I didn't say the infrastructure is chaotic. I said they're destroying the social fabric.
No, I'm asking you about the actual infrastructure, like
the actual infrastructure is being dealt with properly.
Okay, so blacks aren't destroying the infrastructure.
No.
Okay.
No.
I would disagree partially with that statement because so let's I work in sales, so I deal with results. Numbers can hide all bullshit. I mean, numbers you can't hide behind, so it's just that. The closures of Walmart and all these other corporations and all these major cities mean that, like chaotic, etc., a tipping point has been reached. That means that somebody in some office somewhere said there is no chance that we will make enough profit to withstand the current conditions of this environment. So the social fabric of the black community, I would concede, is a part of the problem that is affecting the infrastructure. And the case being, like, for example, when everybody says, hey, I want to live in a nice house, I want to live in a nice neighborhood, I want to do this, right? What they're saying is, I want to live in a nice community with other families like mine where I don't have to worry about that. Now, what's wrong, especially with the black community, where there's no more family structure? Feminism. Let me just say it outright. There is that combined with the vacuum of male leadership in the house. This has been an ongoing problem for the last 30 years. And like you just said, the chickens are coming on the roost, man. This is the tipping point.
King Spark, are blacks destroying the infrastructure or black criminality, or is it white criminality that is destroying the infrastructure? King Spark, you're on mute, sir. You're on mute. You're on mute again.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think it's the corporate white thugs at the top of orchestrating the madness. That's who I think, because I don't.
Okay.
I think it's very naive and ignorant to say that what's going on in the community is it's not coming from anywhere else. Like, it's just because they're just inherently just bad people. Like, I don't believe that.
Okay.
I don't believe that.
Okay. So hold on for 1 second. There's a lot of people in the back. I gotta rotate you guys out real quick. Greatness to Work with the $10 super chat says, I coach and mentor young black boys in the inner city and in the suburbs of Texas. We just sent 36 black boys to college. I also seen 2 go to jail and 2 deleted. Good numbers to me. I do this in real life, not white. Oh, yeah, there we go. Thank you so much, sir, for serving.
Okay. You said not on YouTube.
Yeah.
Right.
Take a shot at fair enough.
Okay, very fast. I did not say inherently.
Be brave. Hold on for a second. I'm going to put Captain Morgan and King Spark in the back real quick.
Well, let me answer King Spark just quickly, very quickly. I didn't say anything about inherent being born. Inherent means you're born violent. I didn't say they're inherently violent. I said they're just violent. Number 2, this is correct. If you really wanted to get down to the infrastructure problems, you can better believe you can lead it to corporate machinations. Yes. I will say that. But again, my point is are you afraid of setting on the corporate guy that's messing with books at the top? We got to get to who's destroying us common people. Okay, go ahead.
Not Captain Morgan. King Spark. No, I'm sorry. You already answered that question. Rock, the big gun. Who is destroying the infrastructure? Is it black criminals or white criminals?
It's the corrupt prosecutors.
Is it black or white? We're gonna just use specifically race right now because that's the topic. Is it white criminals or black criminals? Go ahead, sir.
I would say white criminals because the whites had control of the cities before they gave it over to the blacks. And they just said they gave the control over to the blacks, and they don't actually have control over their neighborhoods. If they did, I guarantee you a lot of those thugs and those criminals would be locked up. But because there's corrupt prosecutors, the prosecutors don't prosecute gun crimes. Where I'm from, you used to get caught with a gun, you would get a charge, right? You would get charged for that gun. Well, they stopped doing that. They stopped charging you. They would just take the gun and drop all charges and let you go on down the street. Now, what are you going to do? You're going to go get another gun. And you're going to be a little bit more intelligent and not get caught next time.
Okay. Be brave. You want to broach that? He said it's the white criminals that are causing the problems in terms of infrastructure.
Of course. If you get detailed to it, it is white people responsible for the deterioration and the lack of upkeep where there is a lack of it. It is white people at the top. And again, I've never denied that. What I'm saying, what do white people do and what do black people do is the object of this discussion. I'm telling you, it is black people that are tearing the souls out of the people that live in these large cities at the street level. That infrastructure, if something happens, I'm not denying this. Someplace up high, you can bet it's a white man playing games with something. But the question of it is that infrastructure ain't making it so you can't get on a damn transpo bus.
Before Black Rick gets in on this one, 20, thank you so much again. 20 says, and this is to you, Be Brave. Why does this Be Brave and think, talking about you, Be Brave, why do you care so much? How does the inner city blacks killing each other affect you, sir?
That's almost a question that I would almost, in a mean way, say, if you can't figure that out, get the hell out of here. But I'm not going to say that.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to.
Okay.
It affects the nation because the inner cities fall apart. It affects everything.
Okay. Black Rick, what say you, sir? Who is responsible for the majority of crimes in America? Be Brave says is the blacks, typically the blacks. What do you say, sir?
I say, in these cities where these violent crimes and riots, most recently Chicago, are occurring, who is in charge? I guess a better way to phrase this question is, what political party is in charge of these cities where these types of crimes are occurring at?
The Democrats.
Exactly. So it's not so much at the end of the day, it's white people, but the issue is much more complex than just a black and white issue. This is more of a, how can we sustain our power by using race? How can we sustain our power by also using race and religion? I think it is a much more complex issue that's going on here.
Okay.
And there was a gentleman that was on the panel earlier who spoke about how it just being exclusively whites and how the white man is bad and this and that. And while I will agree to a certain extent, I don't think they have to do certain things anymore because it is already a part of the culture. It's so ingrained in the culture that the ignorance it flows through them. They just perpetuate every stereotype. If you saw those riots in Chicago, they attacked some random white woman who was minding her business. She should have ran. If I would have saw that mob of niggas running after me, I would have ran for the hills.
Go ahead.
I would have ran to a group of Klansmen over letting that mob destroy me. And again, to be brave and think, he's right. This isn't one group being bad or this stupid argument that blacks are inferior and they're far more violent. We'll pick up a history book and you'll see that all people are violent. They all do this ignorant shit. It's just what has occurred here in the United States of America is that a particular group had lost their power and they had to figure out a way to retain that power. So they destroyed the family structure. They incentivized violence and ignorance. They promoted it. They pushed for this to happen, to keep them in power, to keep those votes coming in. So again, I just think it's a little more complicated than what this panel is presenting. It's a little more complex.
Go ahead.
To the gentleman who provided the super chat. Yeah, you're a football coach and you got 20 of them to graduate and 2 of them went to jail. My counter argument is that the 2 that went to jail probably have 5 or 6 baby mamas and 8 or 9 kids. They could pass on their ignorance more efficiently than their intellectual black counterparts can. And that's the crux of the issue, is that the community is so defragmented that the ignorant excels over the intellect. And, you know, when I hear this argument from a lot of whites, like, oh, no, they're just inferior. Like, no. The ignorant ones were incentivized to breed and reproduce at a faster pace than the intellectual ones. Sorry, I didn't mean to wild out so early. But
no, go ahead.
But Free Brave and Think, let me ask you something. Do you know what Russia did when it needed to industrialize?
I don't give a damn what Russia did when it needed to industrialize.
Okay,
Black Rick, I really don't give a damn what they did in Russia.
All right. But they did it, and they got those ignorant people out of their society. So they couldn't outbreed the other group. This ain't a race thing. This ain't a superiority thing. This is you got a bunch of ignorant ass people who are poor-minded. Not poor, because there's a difference between being poor-minded and poor.
Yes.
You got a bunch of poor-minded ass people popping out babies like crazy, passing on that ignorance.
Yes. Okay. So now, first of all, it is a race thing. Damn it, folks, let me listen to me. If one race is tearing the hell out of the inner cities and no other race is doing it, it's a race thing. Number one. Number two, if I was standing and we were talking about what to do about these little psychopaths and somebody brought up the Dems running the city, I'd backhand you and knock you on your ass. To hell with the political parties. That's not what we're after. We're after looking at the source of the problem and whether or not we got the nerve to do what it takes to add the problem. The Republicans are crooks. The Republicans are idiots. The Democrats are idiots. I don't give a damn about what party's in. And if somebody brought up the Dems run the city, I swear I would probably just knock the shit out of them. Because
I would love to meet you face to face because I wasn't backing the Republicans.
I didn't say you were. I didn't say you were.
I'm saying that one incentivizes ignorance over the other to maintain their political power.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The political machine can't be erased. The political machine is too entrenched. Us people at the bottom, we need to look at who's knocking us in the back of the head and say to hell with the Democrats. Who cares if they run the cities? Of course they make policies that are crazy. The Republicans aren't reversing them. My point is to hell with your political party bullshit. We've got a humanity thing going on here. You've got people in the inner cities that are killing people and children and other people. That's what we need. And if we're not a society that can look past all the stupid left-right nonsense, bullshit, childish nonsense, then we deserve it. But we need to look as humans. We need to look at humans. Who's doing it? Start from that point.
Any last thing, Black Rick?
I disagree. I respectfully disagree.
Go ahead, Black Rick.
What you're preaching is angelic, and it sounds like some wishy-washy bullshit because that's not the facts. That's not the facts. That's not the situation that we live in. It's a much more complicated situation than that. But I'll let somebody else speak.
Okay, it's not complicated, Rick. That's bullshit.
Oh, it's very
Swirl Society, you were next. Go ahead, sir. Are white criminals causing the problems in America, or is it black criminals? What do you say about what do you say about Be Brave and Think's argument here?
Well, I think it's always important when we are on a live panel and there's hundreds or so plus people speaking, you always want to come with data, you always want to come with statistics, and you want to come with facts, right? And I'll start off with just explaining these few points here. All right. So number one, we don't live in a black country. This isn't a predominantly black country. All right. So this is a predominantly white country. All right. So when you look at, say, the FBI Table 21, you look at crime in the United States from the Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And when you really dig deep into the numbers, you will really, really, really see the truth. Okay. And if you pay attention across the board, I mean, this is only basic knowledge. All right. So number one, I'll just say this. We have an opioid crisis that is like swiping all over the United States with fentanyl, meth. Our trailer parks are so dirty and infested with drugs and zombies walking all over the place. We have a overwhelmingly white LGBTQ plus agenda that is overtaking sorry about that, the United States. We also have a pedophilia problem that connects to that, which is a white male issue.
That's a damn lie. That's a goddamn lie.
I got you. Just take down bullet points real quick, because I know you're gonna give them some smoke. Go ahead.
So pedophilia is a huge problem. All right. Now, we can go all the way to the top, the crooks on Wall Street, the Federal Reserve. You can go all the way back to 2008 and just see the crime, the white collar crimes, right? So we're almost going to lose. They're at war for our Second Amendment rights because these cowards keep shooting up random people all over the United States in these random, school shootings and open public places. They can't go to like a real G or a real man and like confront their problem one-on-one. They're shooting random kids and children in schools that they're going to almost make us lose. They're trying to make us lose our Second Amendment right. That's a white problem. Now, lastly, like I said in the beginning, you have to go to the FBI, to the Department of Justice, and look at the crime statistics. And I'm just going to compare really quick and run it down quick and not take up too much time. Black versus white. Okay. When it comes to rape in the United States, 67.6% of rapes are committed by white males. 43.4% of robberies are committed by white males. 62% of aggravated assaults, white males. 68.4% are burglary, white males. Larceny, theft, you go on and on. Grand theft auto, white males. Now, what I won't say is like I hold black people accountable too. Yes, they commit a lot of crimes as well in the inner city, but across the board, this is not a black country, right? This is a white country. You can't just say that black people are tearing up the infrastructure. China is going to own this place in the next, 10, 20 years? And is that a black problem or a white problem? This country is imploding within, right? Is not because of black people in the inner city gangbangers shooting each other every weekend. Has nothing to do with what's going on across America as a whole. You have to be absolutely out of your mind to blame America's problems on some gang members in Chicago when they're shooting each other. They're not going to the white neighborhood spraying up white people. These are black on black crimes. Okay. This is not, has nothing to do with America as a whole and its problems. It's feminism, this whole LGBTQ movement. Your government, your president is white. This opioid crisis, all this stuff is a white problem, not a black problem.
Okay, now?
Swirl Society, you laid down some good information, man. Be brave. Do you want to give a rebuttal?
Yes, it's all bullshit. The FBI statistics do not separate Hispanics from whites. Pedophilia, how dare you, sir? There's black women all over the internet that say if the blacks don't report their pedophilia that takes place everywhere, all across black communities. just as much as whites. Number two, the gang shooting. That's bullshit. These kids are not in gangs. There's gangs. There are retaliations, but the shootings, then the stabbings, and the carjackings, and the walking into a place of business and stabbing the clerk for no reason. Those are not gangs. Those are just young black men deciding that they're going to be psychopath. And the fentanyl bullshit, I already covered it. Who cares if whites kill themselves on fentanyl? They are not at all going out in their neighborhoods and shooting up their neighborhoods. And for the trailer park bullshit, I am so sick of hearing that. I've lived in trailer parks and around them, live around one right now. They're not pretty places to live. They're very quiet. If it's all white people, there's no crime in them. So nice try on the trailer park. And it ain't gangs. It ain't gangs at all. And here's the reason why this is so important, more than any of the other bullshit that you brought up, pardon me for saying that, is because you can't go in the inner cities and do anything without looking over your shoulder at every moment that you're there now. You can go anywhere where these so-called whites are doing it too. You can go anywhere they live, anywhere where it's all white. There's no crime in public.
Okay,
so
now, Swirl Society, do you want to respond back to that? And by the way, I was found.
But keep it short.
Hold on for a second. Put one in the chat if you were a dude and an older female fondled with you. Anyway, go ahead, Swirl Society. You want to give a response?
Yeah. So what he's saying is just hearsay. He has no facts. Where is this data? Where is the data? You always have to have data. You have to have statistics. Where are you getting your information from? You can't say that the FBI and the Department of Justice is BS. These are actual statistics. You are committing all the crimes across the board, across the United States. And we haven't even got into the white collar crimes. We're talking about the BS crimes. We're not getting into what the bigger crimes are, right? Of the crimes that you guys commit across the world. So we didn't even
across the world.
So hold on, now, one at a time, guys. One at a time.
This is what I'm saying now. Like, yes, we know there's crime in the hood, but they're not. Listen, we know there's crime in the ghettos across America, but that's so minute to the data and the statistics across listen, the news doesn't show the white robberies. You guys commit more robberies and bank robberies. The biggest bank robbers in the world are white. Go look up the biggest heists, the dudes who pulled the most heists. Hollywood heists, shooting AK-47, shooting up schools. Y'all do the worst crimes. What are you talking about?
I have a rebuttal for that.
No, hold on.
What are we dreaming? Are we lying right now?
Let me.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, go ahead. Be brave. Go ahead.
You're stretching it.
Go ahead, Be brave.
Yeah. How dare you say there's no statistics? I'm sorry. I looked at empirical evidence. It's called my goddamn eyes. If every white place I ever lived was calm and there was no crime, who the hell are you to tell me I'm not taking good notes? If everywhere you go in the inner cities, the people that are killing people for $20 as a black man, who in the hell are you to say I'm not paying attention to stats? I don't care. The FBI statistics are distorted. They're distorted in favor of making whites look bad, and I'm not even worried about that. My point is who is destroying the country with violent crime? It ain't white people.
I think Black Rick wants to get in real quick. Black Rick, go ahead. Then we gotta get to HB real quick. Black Rick, real quick. Go ahead.
Oh no. I mean, just I wanted to respond to Swirl there. If you're talking about blue collar crimes and crimes that dictate and control the world, white people prevail. In fact, I would think that's one of the biggest weaknesses that a lot of inner city blacks lack. Now, to Swirl's point, if you're looking at a population ratio, then Swirl is correct. Your people do commit more of the crimes. But most blacks live in the inner city or in poor, low-income areas that are more susceptible to violent crime. So, of course, if Swirl's like, you are Be Brave's like, well, drive around any white community. He's absolutely right. You can drive through white suburb after white suburb after white suburb after white suburb, and you won't see the types of crimes that you see occurring in the inner city. Like recently, Chaotic, I sent you a link to a young man who killed his roommate over $10.
Yes.
Now, I'm not saying whites don't do ignorant shit like that, but per capita overall, it's blacks that do that kind of shit.
Go ahead.
They kill you over $5.
Yeah.
And this goes back to the culture, Swirl. Swirl, can we talk about the culture? Can we talk about the implications of a culture that glorifies gangbanging, raping, berating women, calling each other niggas, and talking about shooting up at niggas? Tell me one white person in a suburb that shot up a funeral, nigga. Tell me.
Did they just shoot up in Louisville? Did
Hold
we
on,
just
first.
see how many shootings?
Hold on,
Tell me
finish.
how many of them,
Finish.
Swirl, shot up a god. How many of them shot up a few? I'm sorry, I wilded out.
No. Continue to wild out. It's fine.
I apologize, but how many of them shot up a funeral? And you keep bringing up the word data. Define data. Define data, and tell me how many whites shoot up funeral homes.
Dylan Klebold.
Hold on for a
Eric
second.
Carey.
Hold on, guys. I don't think he's asking you to answer the question, but Black Rick, just finish it off real quick, and then I got to get to these super chats. Black Rick, finish it off, please. Finish it off. I know you're asking rhetorical
questions. This issue is much more complex than that. Be Brave has the statistics.
Columbine.
Or overpop. It doesn't matter about Columbine.
Why doesn't it not matter?
Because overall, okay, let me ask you this. Overall, the amount of school shootings that have occurred
Where are your
in Chicago alone, I can name you more people that have died from stray bullets
from headlines.
Okay, headlines. You know what,
guys?
Black Rick is.
This Black Rick. Okay, you done, Black Rick? Okay. Savage with the $2 super chat says no one remembers the Nigerian princes. Princes. Yes, I know what you're talking about. 419 scams. Yes, absolutely. And this might be risky. Salute to you, bruh. Says no, Be Brave didn't exactly address any facts Swirl brought out. He avoided the statistics. He is using anecdotal experiences instead. Now, wait a minute. Now, before HB gets in real quick, you want to address this super chat from This Might Be Risky, sir?
Yes. It doesn't empirical evidence mean anything? Don't what you experience with your eyes mean anything? Doesn't it mean a damn thing to when you go into this part of a large city, it's dangerous, and when you go anywhere around the nation where it's all white people, there's no danger in the streets? Doesn't that mean anything? This might be risky. I don't care about the statistics that Swirl gave, because the FBI also said that white people are the very most dangerous threat to this nation at this time. White supremacists. That's what the FBI said. You don't think there's a chance that maybe the statistics are skewed? Not, as I said, they leave out Hispanics. They include Hispanics into the white race. And that doesn't even matter. I don't care what crimes are committed inside of four walls. How many times I gotta say it? That's not destroying the public sphere, which destroying the public social fabric, in making it incapable of functioning properly in these cities, whether it's your business, your restaurant, or if it's a McDonald's that gets mad, which destroying the ability of business and people to ride transportation, to take the subways, is young black psychos only. No whites are doing that.
Savage with the $5 super chat says Lil Wayne did an interview saying he took his gun to school. And on that note, HB2N, who are black criminals destroying America, or are white criminals destroying America, sir? And you can use white collar criminals and blue collar, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, to me, is definitely the black criminals and the black community. And listen, man, I'm a black man. I don't care what white people are doing. I don't care. All these black dudes came up talking about the white man does this, the white man does this. Y'all are cowards. Y'all don't want to address what's happening in our community. When I grew up, you could be a black person and live in a black community and it be safe. You can't really do that anymore. You can't do that. I remember when the George Floyd riots happened. Listen, man, I saw so much stuff I'd never saw in my life. I live in Chicago. I saw the craziest things I saw every store getting broken into. I actually saw a train getting robbed. A train. They stopped the train on its tracks and robbed the train. I saw it with my own eyes.
The only store they won't rob is a bookstore.
People yeah, no, the bookstores, the libraries and the bookstores were fine, but people don't understand the black community is the canary in the coal mine. What happens in the black community is going to eventually spread to every other community, and this is why it is so important that we try to fix what's happening in the black communities and then worry about every other community after that. These black dudes who worship the white man and care about their statistics and what's happening, I don't care. I don't live my life for white acceptance or some white man to come pat me on the head. And y'all niggas that's always talking about the white man, they never gonna pat you on the head. They never gonna tell you everything's gonna be all right. And you can have sex with all the women that you want. It ain't gonna change nothing in the hood. And that's the reality.
Black Rick, hold on for a second, Black Rick, hold on.
That's it's just a bunch of cowards. And you know what makes it even worse is y'all won't even say what the reality is. Y'all won't even say it. It's a bunch of clowns running the circus right now in the black community.
HB, can I ask you a question? Then I gotta get because there's a lot of people in the back. There's a lot of people.
Go ahead.
I can ask you a question. I don't know if you guys know, but HB2N at one point was a legendary Lyft or Uber driver. He had an incredible channel. I think your highest video had like 2 million views, if I'm not mistaken.
Something like that. I don't care.
Let me ask you a question, sir.
Yeah.
Were you more comfortable picking up whites?
You know the answer.
I don't know the answer. What was it? Listen. I live in Chicago, so I primarily, when I was Ubering and Lyfting, I primarily would try to pick up on the north side. Mainly, I wasn't trying to go to the hood. First of all, niggas always smoking and stinking out my car. Second of all, if I do pick up some niggas, I gotta have my one hand on the wheel, the other hand on my license gun, just in case anything goes wrong. Like, listen, man. And then niggas don't never want to tip. Niggas just they rude. It ain't like it was when I was growing up, man. It was actually okay to live in a black community. Like now you can't even move to a black community. Like
why has the community eroded? Answer that for me.
The reason, in part, me personally, the reason why I think it's like that is the politics and the policies. You know, a lot of people, they focus on, you know, things that really don't matter in the black communities. That's what they're focusing on. They're focusing on, instead of pushing hard on crime and charging these little kids, you know, these little kids is getting out. After they get out of juvie, they may be doing 4 years in juvenile for murder. These kids is murderers out here.
I want to ask HB.
Hold on for a second. Let them finish. Let Black. Be brave. Go ahead. Yep. Go ahead.
HB, how many poor white trash did you pick up? Quite a few.
I picked up a lot of poor white trash too.
Were you worried about them?
Never.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm not
Swirl, you want to answer that? Let Swirl answer that.
Wait. I'm not gonna lie. I did probably one of my worst experience was with some white tweakers.
And you said one.
But yeah. It was one though. But I knew they were tweakers though, and that was kind of my fault for picking them up.
Let me read this super chat real quick. Savage with the $5 super chat says 40% of kids are born out of wedlock in the USA. I had no idea. Thank you so much for giving me that stat. Mayo Monkey with the $2 super chat says Black Democrat leadership is the reason. Rock, you have not gone yet. Rock, who is causing the major problems in who's destroying America? Black criminals or white criminals, sir? Go ahead.
Well, if you look at the cities, I just pulled them up with the highest murder rates. They're all Democrat cities. So I would call it it's a white man problem. And believe me, I understand that black people are violent. Hey, dude up there shaking your head, you got to listen to what I'm saying before you disagree with it.
He can shake his head. He didn't cut you off. Go ahead.
It is a political issue that is being put out there as if it's a regular person issue. Okay, the places that have the number one murder rates are the ones that have the most gun restrictions. So if you're saying that you're trying to make a place safe while also not locking up the people that are committing the crimes, because that's why these places are the way they are, is because people get caught and they get let go over and over again. There's in and out of jail. So they know they can get away with it, so they keep doing it. If you get caught, you get locked up, you go spend 5 or 10 years in prison, you might change your life.
Okay. Now, be brave. You want to? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I know that I had to get locked up in order to change my life. So that's the problem that we're having. We're not locking up enough people.
So be brave. He said it's Whitey. Would say you, sir.
White people at the top are making policies. And Mayo, with your Democrat city bullshit, I know that. We all know that. Democrats run the inner cities. Rock, Democrat bullshit. This ain't about Democrats or Republicans. They're both crooks, and it doesn't matter who's in. We have a right as people to focus on what is actually happening and take it from there. To hell with your, let's get in the Republicans and then it'll be okay. That's the sickest. That's a psychosis. Now, hold on, let me finish. Now, goddamn it, here. Now, listen, I don't care if it's the white people at the top. Here's my motion coming on here, and all of that bullshit on the side don't count. In a debate, you would be forced to stick to the issue. My motion coming in here is who is making the inner cities unlivable physically, first most on the street, regardless, because the whites in the cities are going by the same policies those white people set. Those white people have policies, they affect white people. The white people at the bottom. The white people at the bottom still aren't committing murders. So it's not about Democrat, Republican bullshit, you silly boys. It's about humans that are deciding as a group because of their culture that they can get away with anything, and they are doing it. Whites aren't going crazy with Democrat policies. Blacks are going crazy.
Define culture. Who creates culture?
Let me say this real quick. The mainstream media creates culture in the way that we live in it now. Okay,
no,
if it's put on TV, if it's put on the news, then we just eat it up and we think it's facts. But when I go out and I actually talk to people, a lot of people think the way that most of us think. It's not our problem. It's really the big guys up top that are creating all the issues. In all these places where they have all these crimes, this high crime rate and this high murder rate, are because of the prosecutors not doing their jobs.
Okay.
That's what it goes down to.
One quick response.
In turn of that, the people that are in charge of the prosecutors are the boards that are in charge of the lawyers in that state. It's the state bar association. So
let me say this
real quick. If a lawyer doesn't do his job, which is a prosecutor is a lawyer, they're supposed to be disbarred, but they're not being disbarred. They're allowed to do whatever they want to, and they create the laws. They decide to enforce something. They decide not to enforce something. That's how it goes. Where I live at right now is a large city, and the prosecutor out here has decided not to prosecute for marijuana less than 2 ounces.
Right.
So in turn, that prosecutor has turned the law on its head and decided what's best for the place that it's in. He's breaking the law.
Real quick, Savage with the $2 super chat says, "Stop watching TV." Thank you so much, Rock. It's a lot of people in the back. It's a lot of people on the panel.
But I want to respond real quick.
I know. Give me a second. AP listener was next. She's been patiently waiting, and then I gotta switch people out because there's a lot of people in the back. I'm gonna get to Ray or John. I'm gonna get the ghetto point of view. I'm gonna bring back Swirl Society. It's a few other people. You want to respond? Be brave. Go ahead.
Right quick, and I'll make it quick because people want to speak. Listen to me for one goddamn final time, Rock. Listen to me, Mayo. Those Democrat policies affect white people also. White people are not turning into psycho killers because of those policies. Those policies are not what it's fault. I know they're not
for you, idiot.
I know they aid and abet it. I get it. But the point is, the white people don't do the crimes, and they're under the same prosecutorial rules as the black people. So it's not the prosecutors or the DAs or the Democrats or the Republicans. The white people aren't doing the murders.
You're imbecile if you think locking up a violent criminal and then letting them out the next day isn't a cause to the problem that we're having in the inner cities.
Of course it is. What I'm saying,
you're stupid if you don't think that. You're an idiot if you don't understand that someone that commits a violent crime and gets out the next day on a signature bond isn't the actual issue that we're having in these cities.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I'm saying though, the whites are the poor whites are under the same laws as the poor blacks.
Okay,
the poor whites are not committing the murders. Sorry, this is a black thing. I don't care
100
who's
years
doing
ago,
what.
we had something called cowboys. We
Huh?
had cowboys back in the day, right?
I don't care what the hell we had.
Okay, so it doesn't matter what happened before.
Rock.
Hold on for a second, guys. Hold on for a second. Rock, we had Cowboys in 1923.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
For sure.
I'm gonna look that up. I didn't know that. Okay.
I mean, think about the car was just created in the 1920s. Like nobody really got a car until the 40s, until the 30s.
Okay.
You know, like there was still cowboys. Yes. I mean, it's ridiculous to say that this is just a culture issue. Okay, it is a compounding of issues, and it's not just Blackie's fault. Okay. Because white people do the same crimes that black people do. The only difference is most white people know how to get away with it.
You're full of shit. White people aren't going around committing murders in them cities like blacks are. Number one. Number two, the prosecutors, the policies of the prosecutors and DAs, again, has nothing to do with the fact when you say it's not a culture thing. The whites aren't doing it, the blacks are, and they all live in the same damn Democrat cities.
Hold on for a second.
So the same step one is my point. Step one. Look who's doing it. Blacks. Start there. Now let's go.
The prosecutor's not locking people up.
Right. Hold on for a second. We got to move on to the. Hold on for a second. AP listener, you've been. You're next, and then Smitty's next after you. Go ahead, AP listener. Who's committing all the? Is it black criminals destroying America, or is it white criminals?
It's black criminals that are committing the most violent crimes. But the issue is, like, you can have a dog that's wild and rabid, but it's up to the owner to either put it down or put it in a cage so it doesn't attack people. And what we're having is these youth that are out here committing these crimes, they're allowed to get away with it. So in that sense, at the top, that's where the politics comes in. And the issue of it is they're using black people to destroy Western society, just like they've used third world migrants to go into Europe and destroy Europe. This is all done by plan. And the same thing along with the war and other things. Yes, we know blacks commit the violent crimes. We know that. They've been doing it for years. If you even go back in history, 1920s and 1930s, the reason that they were not out of control is because whites were allowed to defend their property, and there was a sense of justice. People always get it in a mindset there was only whites that did lynchings. Do you know that in some communities, when they had rapes and things like that, black men will go out there and get the criminals and hang them? And still, in a lot of African countries, Middle Eastern countries, the police have to step in, because guys, they find that if they molested a child or committed a crime, the men in that community will round them up and get them. What we're having here in America, that's a problem, is the men in our society, and women too, are not allowed to speak up, and we're not allowed to defend ourselves. So in that part, we're being tied. Like, for instance, the youth that were going out there, like what's happening in Baltimore, they should have set the water hoses on them. They all should have been rounded up and arrested. But if somebody had went out there and defended themselves from being punched in the face or knocked down, then the police would have arrested them. That is a problem why I say at the top, this is a political thing, and it's run by, I'm not going to say who they are because I don't want to get your channel defunded, but you know who they are, aka small hats. Small hats.
Okay.
They're running that operation.
Yeah, whoa.
Be careful. I thought you were gonna say something else. Just be careful. Don't talk about guys.
She's right.
Like
She's right. They're the ones pushing the black and white thing. They're the one pushing the black and white. Like,
wrong. Hold on for a second. Let her rock it out, and then be brave. Go ahead. Everybody get their turn. Go ahead.
So that's the issue. They know that they can get away with it. And like, for people to come up here and keep saying that whites do the same thing, it's not. Because we don't have white youth going and shutting down Walmart. During the time of the riots, we didn't have white youth going into stores, beating up old ladies. The Asian community is not afraid of white youth. So, I mean, people who keep coming up and bringing about, I mean, like the other caller said, I don't care what happens in a white community. I mean, because every community has crime. There's domestic violence and that type of thing. But when it gets to the point that you can't even live to certain parts of the state because a Black youth will go in there, they have just destroyed communities. You can't leave your car parked out there. You can't send your kid to the school because they'll be attacked. It's Blacks that are doing that. No other group is doing it. Even when immigrants that come from other countries, they know to stay away from Black people. This is the reason why there's no such thing as a Black and brown coalition. Blacks have in places like LA, where there have been a large Mexican American community, Blacks have terrorized them to the point that they now have gangs where they don't have Blacks allowed in their communities. No other group did this to them.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
Be Brave, you want to respond to her?
Yes, really quick. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes, she does. But still, we have to understand, first and foremost, no matter who is the Democrats or Republicans, they're both the same party. They're not doing anything different. So that's why to focus on the Democrats or the Republicans or the prosecutors or the DAs in this matter is silly, because they can always just move the goalpost. My point is if a house is burning down, you don't stand there and start getting all sophistry with it. You just put the fire out. The first thing you do is just put the damn fire out. We got a house fire in the inner cities caused by Blacks only.
But what if you try to put out the house fire and they shoot at you? See, that's the issue. There are people who want
AP, of course. My point putting out the house fire means that we're going to shoot at them first. Come on. That's my point. Put out the house fire. Move in the police. Get what needs to be done.
But the police are not allowed to move in. That's what we're talking about.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying the present circumstances. That's my point. We're not doing what we need to because we're not allowed to focus. We're too stretched out on Democrats, Republicans. There's too much of this or what happened in the past. My point is there's a house fire. Move in and kill the bastards.
Oh, okay. Real quick, I gotta get Smitty in. After Smitty, it has to be his ghetto point of view afterwards. Go ahead. Go ahead, Smitty. Smitty, who is it? Black criminals or white criminals that are destroying America? Be Brave believes it's black criminals, thus black people. What do you believe, sir?
Honestly, you can hear me clear, right, CT?
Sounds perfect. Yep.
All right. Yeah, just making sure. I believe that it is a collective. I believe that in the white communities, like whatever gets destroyed, they destroy that. You know, when the husband's taking out themselves, the whole family and everything else, that's what they do. What we do in our community is what we do in our community. So if you look at it in its totality, then now when we go to the statistics of the numbers, it is saying that, African Americans are very high in violent crimes, robberies, murders, jackings, and everything else. But, majority of what we do is in our community amongst ourselves. It for the most part it is. Majority of what white folks do is amongst themselves in their community. And Spanish, the same thing. So we all know that majority of whatever happens, crime rate is within the proximity of, one's environment. So
who's the most criminal? Like Be Brave has he's stated his case. He said it's blacks. It's
Nah. Look. I'm gonna be real. Like honestly, bro, white folks are the most sinister, most absolute, just they can be very, very creative in their methods. And we just kind of shoot and stab something, beat you up. They have all kinds of really, bro. They set up whole barnyards for torture. So
why do you care though? Why do you care so much?
I don't care. He asked me a question. I was responding to the question. I don't care. I ain't around him.
HP, let Smitty finish real quick. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not around him. I don't care. I'm just answering. If you ask me truly, who do I think is really violent? Bro. Honestly, it's not too many instances where you had that Brooklyn guy, the fat guy that was going on the subway in New York and stuff, but not too many of us are doing like the bombings of buildings. Like we're not. I mean, look, if you want to say it, maybe we ain't smart enough. Y'all always saying that
niggas don't know how to make bombs.
Hierarchy on intellect. I'm just messing around.
Hold on, guys. Let Smitty finish. I know there's a lot of people. I know. Hold on. Let Smitty finish.
You know what I mean? But I mean, on this, of course, CT, no, I don't have all the answers or whatever. But if you ask me my personal opinion on like violence and like really being able to get stuff done, like I ain't gonna lie, bro, that's white folks.
Okay, now be brave.
That's white folks.
All right, go ahead, be brave.
Proximity, Smitty brought up. Excuse me, if you think you're black violent psychopaths, these black, not yours, Smitty, I didn't mean that. If
you think, right, bro, just talk. I'm talk again. Just talk, bro.
I'm not saying including all blacks. I'm saying if you want it, the black violent psychopaths are in white communities also where they live with them. They're following people home. There's warnings put out on news stations. Watch out for the follow homes. The proximity shit is bullshit. Whites in our proximities aren't into the street shooting up our streets. We're not into the streets making it so people can't walk at night and take their dog for a walk. We're not making it like that.
So Santa, I'm going to respectfully just agree to disagree, sir.
Let's leave it like this. One of us is a goddamn fool. We're too far apart. So one of us is a goddamn fool.
But Smitty, how many whites have you seen?
But be brave. To be honest with you, Smitty does lay a good point. It could just be an not an amalgamation. It could be a hodgepodge of just all the races of people committing crimes.
No,
whites commit high-level white collar crimes. Bernie Madoff.
Yes,
this one man destroyed the lives of thousands of people. Destroyed their life savings, sir. And so you're just telling me, or you're telling this panel that it's just black people that are.
I did not say that just black people are destroying the American culture. I say they are doing the fastest and the most thorough job of it at the street goddamn level.
And that's
what you said though. You said on a.
Smitty, give me 1 second.
My bad.
And that affects all of society at this point.
Yes,
right?
Eventually the blacks that are now in the large cities are going into neighborhoods. As I said, news. What do you think news stations all across the nation are warning about follow homes? Who's doing the follow homes? And it just doesn't that. Who do you think's in the inner cities when they interview them saying, well, your shop just got tore up?
White people have been infiltrating our neighborhoods as well for the longest, and you all get to do it on a so-called legal level. It doesn't
matter. We're not killing anybody.
What are you talking about?
Bro, come on now.
We're not killing strangers. We're killing ourselves.
Are you serious?
But
white people don't kill strangers. What do you think a mass? Okay, so the dude that was in Buffalo, did he know any of them people he shot?
How many mass shootings were there this year, Smitty? How many?
My gosh, I'm not nitpicking on numbers.
No. You need to.
We're not doing that.
Mass shootings. God damn it, you're bringing up mass shootings. How many mass shootings were there? I know. I want you to know.
How many mass shootings was people that look like me?
How many of them? There's 140 of them.
How many mass shootings this year was somebody who resembled Smitty as opposed?
There's 140 mass shootings.
How many? There's a mass shooting in.
Come on, man. Come on. Listen, we do mass shootings in our hood.
There's 140.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
There's 140 mass shootings, Smitty. 640 last year. 640 mass shootings. And you're trying to sit there and put say whites are doing them? You got 5 or 3 or 5 whites doing mass shootings over a 2-year period, and all the 640 last year, all the 140 mass shootings this year. No, don't sir me. You need to answer that. You're the one that said whites doing mass shootings. I'm going, excuse me, we got you beat there too. There's 4 of us that did them. You got 140 of them that happened so far this year. How many do you think were at graduations, birthday parties, gatherings, football games? Everything. How many mass shootings?
Listen to what I'm saying. Smitty is telling you respectfully. I'm not all the statistics. What I'm telling you, daggone sure, for what I know from what I see, yes. I know. Listen, I know how niggas work. Niggas don't do like we. It's a certain barrier, a certain realm we kind of stay in. Niggas usually don't get known for like doing a bunch of too much torturous stuff. Are there stories? Yes, there's always stories on something. There's always that anomaly. There's always a some.
Smitty, to be devil's advocate here.
I mean, come on.
Now, to be devil's advocate here, 30 years ago, Hutu extremists who were black murdered 1 million Tutsis. Tortured.
Who? You talking about Africans?
I'm talking about Africans. They're still black, right? Or
they're different. No, come on, CT, stop it. I'm talking about niggas.
Okay. You just want to keep it to America. Okay,
go ahead. Nah, man. No, come on. Idi Amin had like half his house painted in victims' blood. I mean, come on, we know how they rock. I mean, it's wild over there. I mean, that's totally different. Totally different.
Okay. Chaotic. What needs to
be North America, sir. North American soil.
Yes, what needs to be established here for the future, all future reference. I want everybody to remember this. This old white guy said this. You damn cowards are bringing up mass shootings like whites are doing them, when in reality there's 140 of them that were done, and maybe 3 of them were done by whites.
You don't understand the magnitude in which you all generally, when white folks do stuff, it is at a high magnitude. It is at something that really. No. Okay, hold on. So what was that?
You interrupted me. I was talking. You interrupted me. You interrupted me. I was
building or something.
You interrupted me. No, you interrupted me. I want to finish the mass shooting because you brought it up, and I want people to understand this. God damn it, there was 140 mass shootings this year.
All we need to understand is that niggas don't do it. Y'all
what do you mean? What do you think's going on? What do you think's going on?
Take it.
140 mass shootings. You think white people did 140 mass shootings, one a day? Don't you think you would have heard about it on the news? Are you out of your damn mind? 640 of them last year.
We're not even going to do this. We're not going to do this.
Right. So stop it. Stop it with the mass shootings. List the mass shootings that were white. I'll list the mass shootings that were black. You've got 8 whites over the last 2 years. I've got 700 blacks over the last 2 years.
Can we don't put coal in my stocking this year. Please
mass shootings are far more people injured or killed in a single incident. Okay. 640 last year, 140 so far this year, and you're selling some happy horse shit about whites doing mass shootings. You are out of your mind if you believe
Judging by the look of that icon, I think Black Rick has something to say. Take it away, bro.
Be brave. This is
I digress. My mic is muted.
Disagree with you. There's a difference between, and you're right. If you're using this umbrella term as mass shootings, the way that you're describing it, then you're accurate. Yes.
I'm sorry, Black Rick. I hate to cut you off real quick. I'm going to bring you back. I think in the moment, I think the panels are getting too out of hand. I think I'm just I'm going to keep Black Rick up and just bring on one person at a time for like a couple of minutes and then rotate everybody out again. You want to keep it like that, Be Brave, for a minute?
Sure.
All right.
Look, I'll just say this. Be Brave, your argument under the umbrella term of mass shooting being a certain number of people being shot and killed. Yeah, absolutely. Gang banging mentality will lead to that. But if we're talking about a group of people that will just go out and seek out a random group of people to just randomly kill them, is different than like 2 gangs going, oh, hey, there's this person that's, and I can't stand niggas. But what I can't stand is when some fat white guy won't spit facts. Now, if we're talking actual mass shootings, and the definition I'm using is to go out and to put harm on someone you have no affiliation with or nigalations with. And nigalations is an affiliation, rather that be gang, street turf, or any other absurd nigga synthesis relations. So in that regard, you're wrong. So
you made your point. Let me respond.
You don't get my. Do you really understand my point here?
Yes, I do. And I'm going to say, and what I'm going to say.
Hairy mouth. There's a difference between a bunch of niggas killing each other over some shit they don't own versus a white person shooting up a school or a Christian school.
In all of those, in all of them.
Hold on for a second. Crown Reese with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Crown Reese. I really appreciate that. Guys, give me 1 second. It says, peace to you, CT. Great show, my brother. Peace from Ohio. Black Rick, hold on for 1 second. Let's get his ghetto point of view in. I gotta rotate him out in a few minutes. It's a lot of people, man. It's about 30 people.
Rotate me out.
No, you can stay up on the panel, but I'm gonna just his ghetto point of view. What's up, man? You're on mute. His ghetto point of view.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing?
Pretty good, sir. Are black criminals destroying America, or is it white criminals? Go ahead, sir.
I think it's a excellent topic first and foremost, but I think it's bullshit what your man Be Brave and Think is talking about over here. And I think he's eloquent enough in his speech that he probably knows enough history, but he gets up here with this mask on looking like a Jeffrey Dahmer clone.
Oh, that's good point of view. Got a point of view. A lot of people in the back. It got to be a Q&A real quick, man, for like a couple of minutes, man. It's a lot of people. Go ahead.
Absolutely, yeah. So no problem. Just real quick, just to go into what you talked about Rwanda. You know who jumped off all that Hutu and Tutsi stuff in Rwanda, and it wasn't the locals. It was people jumping on their backs, putting a battery in their back, telling one group of people that they had more European features and they were lighter skinned, and giving those people favor versus the people who were more dark skinned, and they flipped it when they left the country.
America, sir.
Okay. No, but you brought up the other countries. Now you want to just stick to America? Come on, brother.
I did. But Be Brave and Think it's talking about America.
I'm sorry, he doesn't educate himself on those things. Maybe he should.
Okay.
His people are evil all over the world. But anyway,
there you go. Be Brave. He said your people are evil.
Yes. First of all, right quick, and I'll make it one sentence. Black Rick is full of shit. He speaks like all the people shot in mass shootings, the people knew the people they killed. Are you out your damn mind? You know how many children were killed? You know how many women were killed? You know how many people were shot and injured that shooter didn't know at all? He rolled up on a crowd of people and shot into a crowd of people, sir. That doesn't mean that he knew them. That doesn't mean it was gang or affiliation. That means he was a mass shooter and he didn't care what innocent people he killed. Please get your head out of your ass on that one. Try something else.
Get your head out of that dilapidated ass fucking house that you're in, you fat white bitch. Let me tell you something. There is a difference. Of course, he didn't know the people that were there, but he did spot somebody in a rival gang. Now let me educate you, sir. When we're talking about niggas, I'm a scholar, nigga. I'm a philosopher of niggas. I'm a philosopher of nigga synthesis, and they gang mentality. So again, sir, someone shooting up blowing up the Boston Marathon, a grocery store. One of your people went to a grocery store and said, "Man, my race getting replaced." Okay, nigga, what are you gonna do? Okay, give me a second here. And and now I'm gonna send you $20 here. What did he do? Oh, he didn't go out and bang as many white women as he possibly could to keep his white race up. No, he didn't go in the hood of Chicago and shoot at some people that were going to shoot back. He went to a grocery store around a bunch of old niggas he didn't know and shot them up.
So all the innocent people that were shot all the innocent people that were shot in your mass shootings, they deserved it.
You got a 4x4. Are you in like a panic room right now?
Anyway, all the innocent people that were killed in the 640 mass shootings last year, all of those innocent people, that didn't count.
Right? You're talking about the kids that got hit by random bullets?
No, I'm talking about the people that were in the mass shootings that were killed and or injured. They were innocent people. They thought they were going to a birthday party and a shooting happened. So here's how this goes. For you to try to differentiate between these 8 people that got shot and these 8 people that got shot, you can only do it a little bit until you got to go, wait a minute, this person also was a psycho. He's just fired into a crowd of people. You dipshit.
Wow, this white man's on fire. This fat white man in his panic room, hairy old ass. Sir, let me talk in your language, because I know you're white and you're very intelligent and sophisticated. There is a substantial difference between gang-banging mentality and individuals being in the wrong place at the wrong time, which is very horrible for them to die, versus a random stranger like in Dayton, Ohio, who got out of his car. Oh, here is a bar that I've selected. I'm going to shoot whoever is in that bar.
Yeah.
Again,
Oh,
sir.
we're repeating ourselves, Caddick. Let's do this, Rick.
Listen here. We're not repeating.
No, listen. Rick, let's do this. Let's do this. Rick, let's do this. Let's do this. No. Let's do this. Let's do this, folks.
It's not the same thing, you dumb fat moron. There's a difference. There's a difference. If
Black Rick, you gotta let him.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay. He thinks that this group of people that were innocent and got shot is different from this group of people that were innocent and got shot. So let's say this. Myself or him, one of us has a fucking mental problem.
Okay.
Good.
All right, that's it. That's it, you fat son of a bitch. Sir, all I'm trying to articulate to you.
We just agreed. Shut it down and move on.
Thank you, Crown Reese, for the $2 super chat. Says CT, it sounds like you have a Penny Hardaway dog. Thank you so much, Savage.
You should probably paint your walls, by the way, man.
I'll think about it.
Okay, wait a minute.
There's a difference between gang banging shit, which I agree.
Rick, shut up. Rick, we agreed. One of us is a goddamn idiot. One of us is a goddamn idiot. Come on.
Wait a minute. Black Rick, I gotta put you in the back. It's a lot of people, man. Give me a second. His ghetto point of view, I'm gonna bring you back up real quick. His ghetto point of view, go ahead, man.
Yeah, be brave and think. Your people are the most evil people that have ever walked the face of the earth. What say you?
Come on.
You know what? I could listen. Here's what
I got some articles if we have a minute, but go ahead.
No, you don't. No, we don't need them because I'm not saying
we do because
I didn't say
you want to deny the DOJ's facts.
Listen.
The DOJ says 46% of all the non-lethal violent crimes that happened in the year 2022 happened due to white. 46%, while only 33% happened because of people in the black community. What say you to that?
We're 60% of the population.
What I say to that is take your happy
You're 60% of the population, and you guys are killing every step of the way. Congratulations.
What I'm saying is take your happy ass through a white neighborhood, and you don't have to worry about getting carjacked.
What about all of the people that get raped that live around Disney World? What about all the girls that get sexually assaulted and raped around Disney World?
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, I'm going to behave and not interrupt. Okay, can we do that?
He already said what he had to say. Be brave. He said that your people are raping people at Disney World. I had no idea that whites were doing that, but go ahead, sir.
Okay, first of all, if there's proof of that, what do you think I'm defending them? Number two, the main point again is who's making it so that people in these inner cities are worried about their safety now and can't ride the subway, can't ride transpos, can't have little businesses, and are deathly afraid for their life at every step of the day. Who is it that's making those inner cities unlivable? It ain't white people. And here's the other thing. Very strange thing. Wherever I've lived where there was all whites, it was very calm and peaceful, sir. So I don't care what happened in the past. I don't care what happened with warfare. I've often said the whites are the best mercenaries God ever put on earth. I'm not denying that. I'm saying at the ground level, at this point, was destroying the inner cities, therefore destroying the black culture and bleeding out into the rest of the culture, is a handful of psychopathic black people. Deal with it.
Hey, you know, hey man, I'm so.
And I gotta rotate you out after this, HB. But thank you for the super chat, man.
Hey, no, I'm so tired of these niggas though, man. Listen, man, what really kind of pisses me off is how we try to compare black killings to white killings. This is, first of all, it's none of y'all business why these white folks is killing, first of all. But second of all, the real issue is at least with these white people, they killing for a reason. They're killing for ideology. These niggas is just killing over nothing. They killing over blocks they don't even own. These white people are killing because they believe, you know, in their beliefs there's too many people coming into this country or society's going downhill. They're at least killing and doing all these things to make a statement. You niggas ain't gonna do nothing. You black niggas ain't gonna kill no white people. Y'all not gonna start no riot. Y'all will kill a person that looks like you before you ever touch or try to start something with white people. These niggas is cowards, man. All they want to do is blame the white man. They care about the white man so much, but they don't want to do anything in their own neighborhoods, man. These dudes is cowards. I'm tired of y'all.
Angel, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I know it's been wild tonight. It says black men mainly target our elderly, so maybe that kid felt he was getting even. HB, let me rotate you out real quick, okay, bro?
Hey, I just want to say one more thing. And another thing with these white dudes that kill, man, they be leaving manifestos and all types of stuff. These niggas don't even be having life insurance when they die. They got to do GoFundMe's just to pay for their funerals. But anyway, that's all I got to say. Hey, man, these white folks is not going to give you a pat on the head. Worry about your own community. Stop worshiping the white man. That's all I got to say. Salute, CT, man.
Yep. Swirl Society, what's up, man?
What's up, Chaotic? Yeah, and real quick, I'll keep it quick. The guy who was just speaking, my God, I mean, illiterate. But let me not speak on that because I don't think he understands. You have a title, you have a topic. Are whites responsible for the majority of crimes in America? Question mark. Nobody cares what white people are doing in their community. Why are you worried about what they doing? What we doing in our community? That's not the question.
Okay, so carry on. You're making a good point.
The question is, now everybody who spoke, be brave. You've been on here longer than anybody else, but still cannot provide any statistical data, nothing to back any of your arguments. You said that black people are doing the follows. Have you ever seen a Ring doorbell? You could watch any Ring doorbell video online right now on YouTube and go see what you see. You got white dudes dressing up in clown costumes with big knives trying to unlock people's doors at like 3 o'clock in the morning. White dudes cracked out on meth and fentanyl trying to break into people's houses. You guys commit almost 70% of rape, robberies, larceny. You guys are across the board have more crimes. This isn't a black country.
One savage and be brave. You got are whites up there graping like that? I didn't know that.
No, it's a known fact that all
Department of Justice website. You will see the statistics from arrests. Like I said, pedophilia is overwhelmingly is a white male problem. Disney World. Why do you think DeSantis is going to war with Disney? Because we have, like, the little Bud Light man, he, she, whatever. They're running rampant in our communities. They want to go to the same bathroom as all of the little kids. Watch your kids, your 5-year-olds, your 6-year-olds around these people. This is what I'm trying to say is you can't come on a panel and not have any statistical data to back up any of your arguments. The title says, are whites responsible for the majority of crimes? And that is a overwhelmingly yes. Go look at the statistics. You commit everything: murder, rape, larceny. I mean, Lori Vallow, you guys off your entire families, the kids. You guys dump and chop up bodies and throw them in the middle of the river. Joggers, women who jog all the time.
Okay, come on, cut it short. Put a timer on the SAT.
Benet Ramsey. We could go on and on. The Oklahoma City bombing. Even that's just on a big scale. On a lower scale, why are you committing almost 60% of all the crimes across the U.S.?
Let them answer.
Because we're 60% of the country.
No, here's how this works. Here's how this goes. Okay, here's how this goes. Here's how this goes. When the show started, CT, didn't I say whites are committing most of the crimes?
Yes.
Yes. So try that on.
So
then
I said,
yes, shit, you can mute him or something. Okay, so look, I said whites are committing most of the crimes. Then my point was, who's making the inner cities unlivable? Whites or blacks? Who's making the cities, the areas surrounding anywhere where blacks live, unlivable? Whites or blacks? Who's the place, no matter where they live, white people, everybody wants to live with them? Who's the place where no matter where they live, black people, nobody wants to live around them? That's the damn stats you got to deal with, Wonder Boy.
Okay, let me tell you this, white boy. Now, this is what I want to say. Number one, okay, in the inner city, you forget blacks live with Latinos. Latinos we haven't even brought up. Hold on. We haven't even brought up.
Nah, it's nonsense. You didn't answer the question. Everybody wants to live around white people. Nobody wants to live around blacks. Answer that question.
Let me finish. We live in the inner cities, okay? You're so worried about the inner cities But middle class America is an absolute catastrophe of murder, violence, rape.
Yeah, I can tell. I live around it. Yeah.
We already know. Okay, so you're focused on an area, right, where it has nothing to do with the topic, because you can't deviate from what Chaotic's topic says. Who is responsible for the majority? Majority is the key word of crimes in America, not who's responsible for the majority of the crimes in the inner city.
No, I said the violent crimes.
There's hundreds of millions of people in America, and the inner cities is a small, minute part of the population. But you want to deviate
51%
from the overall
of violent
scale
crime.
of what the question is asking. The majority of crimes in America are white people, and you are lying to yourself.
Very good. Very good. I kept my answer short. You need to keep yours short. Okay, here's how this goes. I said violent crimes. No matter, and here's back to this again. When it comes to creating violent crimes against strangers in this, forget the inner cities, cities surrounding them, anywhere around them. Here's how this goes, Mr. Swirl Society. Everybody wants to live around fucking white people. Nobody wants to live around black people. There's a reason for that. I don't know what you would assign it to, but I'm assigning it to the fact that it's obvious why. Because where whites live, you don't have to worry about your life. Where blacks live, you have to worry about your life. And that's the bottom damn line.
Okay, so you're bringing up, let me respond to that. So you're bringing up a totally different topic.
No, I'm not.
Right?
That's that show started on that.
Let me respond. Okay, I let you respond. Now, if we're going to talk about who's more fearful, if I'm going down an alley and there's a white boy and there's a black guy, of course, the white guy, you're not a threat. Nobody's scared of you, right? The black guy, of course, I already know
funny
what a black guy can do. A white boy, no. I mean, I'm gonna walk right past you, right? So if you're who's more a fear that, or who can more physically harm you, of course, you're gonna be scared of the big black guy, right? Because that scares you at night. You don't want to go down to the black guy. The black guy. The white guy, yeah, I'm safe. If Ted is walking down the alley, of course. Who's scared of Ted? You're okay. So you win that argument, but that still deviates from the entire topic.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Because I made it clear.
The majority of crimes in America is the topic.
It was violent crime.
Please.
Violent crime? You are. Look at the FBI statistics.
No, blacks make up 51% of violent crime, bro.
No, it's worse than that. In the inner cities, it's 1395.
Okay. Again, look at the statistics on the Department of Justice, Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, UCR Table 21. Go look up the statistics. You are responsible for the most violent crime. You chop up bodies, you take 5-year-old kids, spray schools up, blow up hospitals. I mean, look, we could go on and on.
No, you can't go on and on because you refuse to understand something, sir. Nobody wants to live around where blacks live. Everybody wants to live where whites live.
You go for women and children is your target. Churches, hospitals.
Well, Swirl Society, give me a second real quick. Now, what about what he just said? How come people want to live?
Hey, you don't matter. That's all bullshit. Thanks, Chad. Keep
answering the question why people want to live by white people, right? Because that's a completely different topic.
No, it isn't. Why can't
you are afraid of at night in your neighborhood will be a black guy because he could probably more physically harm you. He's one-on-one. If I got my money on Ted and Deontay, I'm putting my money on Deontay, not Ted, of course. If Israel Adesanya is going to fight, I mean, like Joe's Great Adventure, we're going with Israel Adesanya. We're not going with Ted. That's what I'm saying. Physically, fearfully, you're going to fear the big black guy versus Ted coming down the alley. So that's what he's talking about.
No, I'm not talking about that, sir. No, I am not talking about that.
That's like you said, pedophilia, rape, okay, homicide, robbery, larceny are white-dominated statistics.
And the pedophilia, the blacks isn't reported. Listen here. Listen. I'm not talking about any other.
Africa.
I'm not talking about any other thing except this. Right now, between me and you, sir, everybody wants to live around whites. Nobody wants to live where blacks live. That ain't got nothing to do because whites are pussies like you think they are. Listen, please.
Now, let me answer that question. Do you know why they want to live around whites? Because whites own most of the properties, live in the best suburbs, the nice areas of the city. Where do the
lack of violent crime has nothing to do with it.
they live in the hood.
The lack of violent crimes has nothing to do with why people want to live around whites. The lack of violent crimes has nothing to do with why people want to live around whites.
Listen, again, are whites responsible for the majority of crime?
I said they were in the beginning of the show.
Okay,
Then the motion, sir, the motion here is who's violently tearing up the inner cities. Black people are violently attacking strangers in the inner cities. That was the whole premise of the damn program. The setup was wonderful.
Are they attacking white people at an alarming rate?
You mean blacks don't attack whites? I didn't know that. I thought they only attacked other blacks. Sir, they're attacking everybody.
To attack in the inner city?
Do what?
I'm saying most of those crimes are black on black crimes. Are there enough? Are those
black on Asian, black on white, black on anything, black anywhere? Yes, a lot of black. And I said that. I said they're tearing up their own neighborhoods. I made that very clear. You don't have to inform me of that. No. Neighborhood. They're in single family dwellings, and these young black kids are tearing up single family dwelling neighborhoods. Now hold on a minute, sir. Hold on a minute. Again, these can't go on forever. So again, with me and this guy like me and Rick, I'm saying that whites are where everybody wants to live around. Nobody wants to move into a black neighborhood. So the fact that you think that means nothing means one of us is a goddamn fool.
No, because I'll tell you this, right?
No, one of us is a fool. Let's move on.
Let me tell you this, okay? All right. Now, number one, gentrification.
Jesus
Number two,
Christ.
wait. Number two, most black neighborhoods, the reason why people don't want to live in them because the majority of black neighborhoods are in the hood. But if you go to Los Angeles, to Ladera Heights, or one of these wealthy black neighborhoods where there's $1 million homes in California on the hills, white people move there all the time. So what you're doing is anecdotal. This is
no, it's not. What I'm doing is I'm saying anybody can move into a low-class white neighborhood and not worry about getting robbed. Anybody can live around low-class working whites and not worry about violence. You're full of shit on that.
No,
listen. I gotta rotate out, Swear. Hold on for one
I guess.
Captain Morgan, and I'm gonna bring up Rock. Go ahead, Captain Morgan. You're on mute. I don't know. Let me see. You're on mute, sir. Go ahead.
I think I just muted myself again. Sorry about that. I wanted to follow up. I actually wanted to cede my time to Swirls. What does he have to say about? Look, I agree that
Captain Morgan, your mic is a little bit. I don't know what it is. Can you want to come back in and come back out real quick to see if you can make some adjustments, or are you good?
Hold on one second. I'll just turn this off.
Okay. Now you're muted again. I don't know. Okay. Just put your thumb up when you're ready to come up back up. All right. Rock, what's up, man? Go ahead, Rock. Rock, are you there?
Yeah, what's up? I'm here.
Go ahead.
Man, I think we're trying to really think of the root issue, right? That's what we're trying to figure out. We're trying to figure out why is all this stuff happening.
No, we're not. We're trying to point out who's doing it. That's wrong. This show is about who is fucking doing what. It's not about figuring out the root issue. Who is doing what? White criminals are creating most of the crime. Black violent psychopaths are doing the violent crime in the cities.
Please act white for like 5 minutes, bro.
I know, but come on, we're not looking for the root of any bullshit. We're looking at who's doing what.
Because I got the numbers pulled up. You're talking all this stuff, and you don't have the numbers pulled up.
I don't need it. We're not talking roots. But go ahead.
So, sir, okay. So out of the total of 6.8 million crimes that happened last year, 4.7 million of them were white. 1.8 million of them were black.
I've already explained that whites did the crime.
Let me talk for a second. I'm not done.
Right. I'm sorry, but
I will tell you when I'm done. I will tell you when I'm done.
All right.
Relax. If
I said whites are doing most of the crime, why are you bringing those statistics?
You need to take that mask off. You act too black. You see how it is being black skinned? You got a little bit of you do. We got like a little shield.
Listen to me, no, sir. I said the whites are creating most of the crime. I'm saying the question is who's doing the violent crimes and destroying the cities?
Let me finish my point. First off, who cares about these Democrat cities? I don't care about them. I'm never planning to go to Chicago. I'm never planning on going to LA. I don't ever want to go to friggin' that place in Oregon. whatever that. I can't even think of the dang place because these places I'm trying to delete out of my memory. I don't care for them anymore. Okay. Number two, if these people are doing all this stuff, they're keeping it in their own place. To the other man's point earlier, you have these mass shootings happening on both sides of the race spectrum. One side of the race spectrum is doing it to themselves, like 99.9% of the time. The other side of the race spectrum is doing it to people they have no association with whatsoever. And I think that is wrong. If you're going to go kill somebody, at least go kill somebody that's in the same spot you're in for at least some reason. You can believe in your ideologies and stuff like that, but black people can believe in their gangs also. I don't understand why black people are not allowed to believe in things. White people can believe in things and they can do whatever, but black people can't believe in things they can't do. But my third point, what really matters to me, I don't really care about murder very much. You know why? Because I carry every single day, and my day is going to be the day that God chooses it to be. I don't have no control over that. All I can do is
we don't give a fuck about your life, dude. Really, we're talking about issues here. We don't give a fuck about your life. Okay? What I'm saying is this. You can talk about mass shootings, and you can act like people in them mass shootings don't happen.
Well,
then cut it short.
Just shut up.
Okay, well then make it short.
I don't have to. Why? Why do I got to make it short?
Oh my Lord! You made your point.
So shut up, then. Stop adding to my time by interrupting me.
Listen, Rock. Listen. I'm telling you. You implied that the mass shootings done by blacks
aren't not white, dude. The only reason you're white is because you stay inside all the freaking time.
Listen, you implied that the mass shootings done by blacks aren't affecting innocent strangers.
I don't care about the murders, dude. I don't really care about the murders because you know why? I don't put myself in positions to get murdered. I'm always paying attention. I don't hang out with people that are gang members. I don't hang out with people that should get shot.
What the hell does that got to do with this discussion?
I don't care about that.
That's what I want to know. I want to know what the hell that's got to do with this discussion because you're smart enough to stay out of the way of crime.
This dude, bro.
Oh, well then come on, Rock. You've been talking for a while. I want to say something. You said in a very cold heart.
Can you wait and remember?
No, I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear any more of your stories of your life.
You can't remember what I say?
Yes, I do remember.
Your attention span is that short? You can't remember?
Rock, hold on a second. Rock, just finish it off and let Be Brave go. Go ahead.
Yes.
Rock. I don't care about murders. What I care about is crimes where victims have no real choice in it, okay? And when it comes to that, sir, it's right here. Because these are real numbers. The real numbers is 21,000 to 6,000. And if you ask me, that's the real problem in this country. I don't care about gang members running around killing each other. I don't care about that. I care about people going into situations and they know that person have absolutely no chance to defend themselves, and they choose to do something to that person and it changes their life forever. And that you can compare that to people going into, let's say, a movie theater and shooting up a movie theater for absolutely no reason. That's insane. Going into a mall, going into a school. You're saying that these kids that are running around gangbanging are more important than the kids that are in the schools that are getting shot up by these psychopaths.
Hey, Rock, you gotta let Be Brave go, man. You gotta let Be Brave go.
The main problem is across the board, we have no mental health care for people that need it.
Oh my God.
There's some people that need to be locked up. They don't need to be in society. If we allow them to be in society, they will break. It's guaranteed. We already know it. That's why we started those.
Be Brave, go ahead, man.
Okay. Rock, you said in the most cold-hearted, filthiest manner that I could imagine in my goddamn mind that somehow when there's 8 people shot in the hood, you refer to gangs doing it. Sir, all the 140 mass shootings this year and the 640 last year, all of those people, all of those victims didn't know the gang members. They were innocent people. So for you to imply that this is no innocent people getting shot is ridiculous. There's no when blacks are doing mass shootings in the numbers they're doing, there's a lot of innocent people that didn't know anything about what the beef between the two people were. They just 3 people got killed, 4 people got killed. You walk into a nightclub and somebody sprays up a nightclub. There's people in there that didn't have nothing to do with the argument. So for you to imply that innocent people that don't deserve to be killed are not being killed or something, or doesn't matter. Well, I don't care. I'm not there. That's filth. What you're when you people are. You people that bring up this thing about this mass shooting is different from this one, you got brain problems, man. You got real brain problems. Because I'm not making the difference. I'm showing the numbers. This number of whites, this number is done by blacks of mass shooting. That's what I'm doing. And I include black mass shootings. I say there's a whole lot of people that didn't deserve to be killed in those mass shootings. And that's my point.
Okay, give me 1 second. Savage, you wanted me to show this statistic, and you have been patiently waiting. Savage, are you there? I think Savage.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna show this.
So that's for juveniles right there. So this is violent crime based on race by juveniles.
Go ahead, sir.
Can you enlarge that and read some numbers for that murder? Those murder numbers right there.
Yeah. So for murders, first, for all offenses, out of the 5.3 million offenses, for murders, 5,680 were committed by white juveniles, 6,380 were committed by black juveniles. For American Indians, it was 180. For Asian, it was 210. I don't know why grape is not listed, but for robbery, 32,000 white juveniles versus 33,650 for black juveniles. Aggravated assault, 236,000 whites versus 127,000 for black. Obviously, Asian or Asian people, their numbers are lower. But what say you about this list, sir? Savage, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I have another thing I'm going to post in the back chat that I want you to put up. More crime statistics.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
It's there.
All right.
Can I say one thing? That what you just read says all ages.
Yeah, those are my. It's from the juveniles. If you look at it, it's from the juvenile part of the government website. It's for juveniles.
Those numbers don't make no sense because that juvenile total crime.
Well, how about this?
Is the same as adults.
How about this? Let Savage explain it real quick. Savage did drop the cash.
Okay, so
yeah.
So there's the second thing I posted. Put that up.
Let me try to find it real quick. There we go. All right, go ahead. Now, what do you? Okay, go ahead, Savage. Please
okay,
explain
so
it.
zoom in the murders.
Sure.
Okay, go over to the percentage. It tells you who commits at what percentage. Percentage distribution: 51.2% of murders are committed by blacks. It says it right there. 45.9% are committed by whites. Blacks, last time I knew, made up 13% of the population. That's 3 times the representation. So regardless if white people are committing more, murders, we're not committing murders based on our population.
Okay, but I do have to ask you a question. Why are whites committing more rapes though? What's your theory on that?
You know, there's some simp ass dudes, I guess. I don't know.
Go ahead.
Can I
and I'm not laughing at grapes, guys, but go ahead. Anything else about this you want to point out, Savage, real quick?
Well, like the whole thing about this was about violent crimes. You like to have an argument to where you say, well, whites commit most crimes. Correct. There's more of us. like we're going to commit more crimes. Like if you went to Kent, you saw a bunch of white dudes get arrested for being drunk in public all the time, every day of every week. So like that wasn't the point. Getting drunk in public isn't destroying society, but shooting up places is. It definitely is. Earlier, someone said something about the Boston Marathon. That guy wasn't white; he was Middle Eastern. So Black Rick was wrong with that.
Whites let him in.
Rock, how about this? Rock, I got to switch out again, but Rock, you want to say something real quick, and then
I wanted to say something real quick. 50% of murders are unsolved. Okay, so when I think about numbers, I'm a numbers guy. All right. When I think about numbers, I got to think about the numbers and in the context of the numbers. Okay, which is all the information. And if 50% of murders are all unsolved, I don't think Day Day and Paprika or whatever are the ones getting away with it. Is my point. So
80% of murders in Chicago are unsolved.
Can I say something real quick? I've known some people in the South. Let's just say they were Caucasian, and they didn't like most Black people. And they knew a lot of people and themselves also. Let's just say if someone was walking down the road at night, they might just get ran over with the truck with the cattle guard on it. I've heard that story many times, and it goes the same way. It doesn't matter. I could say, let's say these white guys are hunting on someone's land, and they find them, and they tell them to go, and then they catch them again on the same land, and then their cars don't ever leave. So there's a lot of things that happen with more intelligent people. So I don't think that the Blacks are really the real intelligent people in that circumstance. I think if White's going to commit a murder, he's going to think about it.
Rock, let me switch you out real quick, okay? Give me 1 second, guys. We got Calderon on the panel. Real quick, Greatness. What's up, Greatness?
What's good, Mike? What's good, PT?
I'm just making sure that you're here. Hold on for a second. We got to let Calderon in. He was waiting. Calderon, go ahead, sir.
No, I'm not. I haven't got any very much to say. I was just want to talk to the brave man. Is that Hot Brave? What's his name again?
Whatever. Santa Claus, anything.
Yeah, Santa Claus.
White fat man.
No, it's all right, man. It's all right. You were talking with the other guy. Both of you were making great points, but he couldn't understand each other's. That was a shame because I understand what the other guy was talking about, and I understand what you're talking about. But for some reason, you were just shouting at one another without understanding what each other's, and that's a shame because you were giving a very information.
Calderon, your mic sounds a little bit iffy. Just real quick, who is committing the majority of the crimes in America? Black people, Black criminals, or white criminals? Go ahead, sir.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Your mic is a little bit choppy. I just want you to answer the question.
No, sorry, I'm going to be very quick. I think that for a minority, Black people commit a lot of crime compared to other minorities. I don't know, the Asians or.
Who commits the most between Black and white, sir, in America?
Oh, Black or white. It's very difficult to give you a straight answer because white people are the majority. So proportionally, I would say it's very even. It's very, very, very even. Yeah, that's my point. But for a small minority, Black people are very good at that, man. I don't know. Okay. Sorry.
Well, I gotta drop you down real quick. Thank you so much, Calderon. Yep, it's just the mic is like the mic is issue. Captain Morgan, what say you, sir? Then I gotta get to Greatness. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, I'm gonna get out of here after that. First, I want to thank you for the time. I wanted to say two things. Context matters in the midst of these crimes. So for that, I think we're missing the tree to see the woods, or however the saying goes. But there's 2 points. Be brave is right. Violent crime is, I'm a big guy of ownership, and ownership is I want to own the problems too, so we can turn them into solutions. But so we gotta wear that scarlet A. But you guys just glossed over a huge part. What was the difference with those sexual statistics? like that was a huge deal. And then for you to just dismiss the predatory nature of the child stuff that's going on is really relevant in the society right now. That's a huge deal right now, bro.
Yeah.
But other than that, I want to say thank you. You guys made great points. I appreciate you bringing them both, and I appreciate Swirls too. Swirls, I want to talk to you some more another time, my brother. You guys
before you leave, Captain Morgan, would you ever date a racist white girl? Keep it real.
Already have.
Oh, I knew it. Salute to you, man. Thank you so much for coming through, man.
Okay, listen. I did not dismiss predatory child predators. I said blacks are doing it too. And I said when we talk about, Chaotic, when you ask that question, who's committing more crimes, it's a good question. I like it. And as I said 100 times now, I've said whites are committing more crimes. If you ask the question, who's committing violent crimes against strangers in the cities all across America, there's no comparison. And again, here's how this goes. We can just listen to me. Like, if people talk like, well, maybe old B. Brave was just old dumbass and he ain't looking at things. So, folks, I've looked at more things than you people. I've forgotten more things than you people have looked at. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, God damn it, if you look at the reality on the ground of what's destroying people's lives, here's two things. Everybody, damn it, everybody, I don't care whether you're white, whether you're rich, whether you're black, Asians, whatever, everybody wants to live around white people. You fuckers don't get to discount that. You don't get to just wipe that off. Nobody wants to live where blacks live. You don't get to discount that. There's a reason for it. The reason is what I'm telling you. All of the bullshit aside, whether we can stop it or we can't, here's the reality. Blacks are tearing the shit out of the cities. There's no other race at all comparative to the way blacks are tearing the shit out of inner cities and cities. And that's just the reality.
Savage, you had your hand up real quick. Savage, you there? I think Savage is doing something real quick. Oh, there you go. Savage, what's up?
Yeah. So, like, I'm not gonna say that white folks don't I get the question asked to me, but then like someone starts talking, so I get a good way to address it. But the problem with the crime statistics, I'm not saying when it comes down to rape that white folks aren't raping people, because rape happens. But like the one problem when it comes to rape cases is like the evidence is just based on the word of one person.
Sorry about that.
Like, and that's with everybody. Like, it's kind of like rape is one of those cases that's really easy to get an arrest for. And
yes, it's mainly acquaintance rape, and it's a female crying rape after drinking alcohol or something.
Yeah, like that's a really watered down crime to have statistics for. So like, I'm not saying that they're not, and I'm not saying all of them are that, but like it's out of all the crimes, it's a pretty hard one to really have like good evidence on.
There's the statistics to go along with the rape statistics. If you look at who's doing the rapes, look at this. I think this is FBI statistics. Blacks are raping white women. White men are not raping black women. Sorry, folks.
Okay.
No, look at this. Look at FBI. It's FBI statistics. Look at them. Blacks are raping white women. Whites are almost not at all raping black women.
You mean white men, right? I got you. Judah, what's up? Judah.
Hey, KOD Truth. Yeah, can you hear me?
What's going on? Yep. Go ahead, sir.
Oh,
you have a question for somebody?
I'm doing good. No, man. I just came to, I came in to chip in a little bit. You stuff and the whole thing. As an African man, that live in the state, right? And it's rather unfortunate that people want to come here and bash each other, right? I mean, me and you said we know we're doing all these things, man. White people like the Vegas students, see what people got shot. I think one time, you have my choice. When it comes to the cities, man, the inner cities, man, like chaotic, but I'm telling you for truth, I've been in different states, in Indiana, Washington, D.C., I even went to North Dakota and all these places, right? And I currently live in Utah. Look, it's safer in white places, in white state, like state that are really predominant by white people. It's safe to live there. In North Dakota, right? And the black people that came to North Dakota were the ones that were doing more crimes in North Dakota. Bismarck, North Dakota. I'm telling you for a fact. Right. The white people that you live around, like the things that they do is not like really like, it's not like, it's petty crimes, right? But when I talk of like shootings that happen in Fargo, like Bismarck, it's just like blacks, man. And the blacks there were not as many as the people. And crimes, like, bro, I wouldn't tell you much, man. Black, that's why I left Indianapolis, Indiana. I left all.
Hey Judah, your mic.
Yeah, got it.
Judah, your mic is a little bit messing up. So come back in and come back out from here, okay, man? It's like messing up a little bit. It's hard to hear you, bro. Greatness, what's going on, man? How you doing?
All right, I'm pretty good, CT. How about yourself?
Pretty good, man. Would you ever date a racist white woman? Keep it real.
Yeah. Okay. Nah, because I'm married now, so nah, bro.
Oh. Yep.
But nah, I have to say, man, everybody right, and this pretty funny as hell too, though. But this is a serious topic that humor is good to have. And one of the things he chimed in was that the Savage guy, he pulled up the wrongs, because I pulled up that site too, but that's for a certain age group. There's actual real stats, because when it comes down to every statistic, yeah, they are more of the population and they do commit more crimes across the board. Those are the stats. Even the ones that Savage pulled up, that's wrong. That was for a particular age group. That one too. But when it comes to totality, everybody, and I wish when Dave, I know you putting a little humor with it, you're saying it's not blacks. It's a particular small group of blacks that people are tagging everybody for. But this is really not a black and white problem, because where I'm at is 60% black community. It's nothing but families. You would rarely hear that something happened like that when it comes to murder, but it happens. But then on down the street, I would say 5 miles on the other side of town, you have a mixed demographic where it's become classy. You have low, middle, and high. You know how they create these communities now in these dense areas. And so you have that. And what you hear about a lot, man, is a lot of overdoses on meth. You also hear about a lot of, deletions. You hear, and it's getting horrible with the fentanyl. I didn't like the way you downplayed that, but I understand, because their kids actually falling out, dying at school, thinking it's candy and actually taking it. It's getting out of hand, bro. So this is something in totality that affects us all. If you come to say, even if you go up to because I travel a lot to different cities, see where everything's going on. You go up to Philly, man, it look like zombie land up there. You go up to certain parts of Baltimore, it look like zombie land, and I'm sorry, it don't have a color to it, bro. So this is when you ask me about that question about black and white, it's really as a whole. And when it comes to the black, I see this stuff every day. When I'm up in a certain part, bro, you don't see those. I see in the inner cities. You see two different type of people moving in two different type of ways. I'm around people from India, I'm around Asians, and I'm around black people that believe in family. When I go to the side where it's more single parent homes, baby mom and baby daddy, that's where you're getting those statistics from, because that's all the news is going to show. See, one thing that's why I made that super chat earlier. They're going to show you about the kid that was killed Monday, or deleted Tuesday, or deleted Thursday, but they're not talking about the bigger percentage of these kids that come from these conditions. They on their way to college and being valedictorians. And so I try to spin in those narratives too, and that's something I take serious. So I don't really like getting arguing and joking about it, because I'm actually one of the boots on the ground, and I come from one of those backgrounds, bro. And so that's really not a game for me. I come from a mama that was on drugs, and if it wasn't for my youth coaches and youth mentors, I wouldn't have made it out of there. But I saw what went on. I'm one of the kids that grew up in the 80s and the 90s, so we saw the whole when it comes to the political part, the drug part, and also the incarceration part. We saw this whole setup, and I passed the game to this next generation for them not to. The other guy, when you was trying to politics, yeah, that's something to do with it too. I don't mean to be long-winded, but I'm breaking it down the shortest way I can. When I go toward the inner city, something that they're overlooking, this gentrification going on. You see all these high rises going on in big cities, and when y'all travel everywhere, it's the same thing going on. But something they don't realize is like all that places that they put no high rises forcing people out, there's a particular age group, and especially when it comes to black men, and read a lot of ages, in other races that are being left homeless. Those are some of those criminals you see reduce. And when I go to other cities, I see the same thing. And then when you turn around, like places that used to be really like family in houses that the grandma left the kid, was they're laying flat and building high rises on them. And so that has something to do with it. And, I kind of want to shorten it up right there, but really wanted to break that down. But what made me call in was those stats. Those stats are just an age group. Those aren't the correct stats.
All those places when you talk about.
Let Be Brave answer this real quick. Be Brave, go ahead, sir.
Again, see how people like to complicate things because they're deathly afraid of reality. I don't give a shit about gentrification. I don't give a shit about what happened where, who, where. Whites are affected by the same crap, not the gentrification so much. But here's the reality. Here's how this goes. These black kids aren't killing for food. They're not killing for homelessness. They're not killing for anything. They're killing because they're having fun doing it. And these black kids are the ones doing it. Anywhere, again, that is why I'm saying none of that other shit matters. That's how serious black kids destroying inner cities is. None of the other shit matters right now.
But let's not statistic. Y'all are committing the most deletions though, bro. So if we're gonna talk about a deletion problem,
suicide or what?
Huh? No, y'all are these are the actual. Y'all are responsible for 56.3. I think I'm looking at 56.3 of the deletions overall in America. So right. This is.
How many times have I said? So no. Listen, I've said white people kill their wives. White people kill everybody they know. White people kill 70% of
that is y'all killing your spouse.
No, so good. So my point is if you're on the subway, you ain't worried about a white man, dude.
You ain't worried about nobody. I ain't worried about no, bro. Do you know?
I'm sorry. You aren't worried about anybody. God, you gotta be careful.
Hold on. Let me tell you, bro. And I'm from the streets. Do you know the closest I have came to actually where I actually thought that I was really about to leave the earth was a road rage incident on the highway with a white guy.
Good. I was from the streets too. I didn't say white people don't go crazy. What I'm saying is a young lady on the subway, if she sees 3 white guys, she is relieved. If she sees 3 black guys, she's scared to death. God damn it, there's a reason for that.
That's true, man.
That's true.
Oh, good.
So that's all I'm saying. I don't care what all you people how you try to complicate it. You keep missing the point here. There's something in our face that we could of if we could.
This is in our face. What do you have to say about y'all being the most deleters? Why won't you addressing that? You're gonna skip. You're gonna jump over that big. Y'all taking up a big percentage, and you're gonna jump over that and just go say, yeah, we're gonna blame the gangbangers. Let's talk about what's in the majority.
Listen. I didn't say whites didn't kill other family members. They didn't kill wives. They didn't kill brothers. I didn't say they don't do that. What I'm saying, try this again, young man. Here's how this works. 3 white boys on a subway ain't scaring a young lady at all. 3 black men on that subway, she's thinking she's done for. And there's a good chance she will be.
Okay.
What the hell else is there to say? Do you live around white people? No, you live around black, you said, right?
No, I'm 60. No, I live around them all, bro. I coach white, black. I got a Hispanic kid I coach. White, I coach a lot of military. I coach a lot of military families, bro. So I'm pretty well rounded. The race thing is really, so when you say black, you're gonna tell me that the 60% blacks that live where I live, when these kids get on the bus, no, they're not. Especially if they into a certain culture. No, they're not. It's all about demographic. You're playing the whole picture. That's only a particular demographic.
No. You don't see nobody getting money and moving into black inner cities, buddy.
Think about that super
You see
sticker,
people
Mario.
get money, they'll move around white hillbillies in a heartbeat with their money.
That's true, man. You're right.
I don't know about that one.
Say that again.
That's true, man.
Yeah,
Like, like
you act like y'all ain't crazy too, bro. That's my thing. You act like y'all not crazy too.
when most Africans come to United States, right, they want to move to places that are safer, especially immigrants, and they move to white neighborhood, and that's a fact, because they consider. I mean, it's not they consider. You watch everything on TV. It's just, it's crazy, man, and that's a fact. I'm not gonna deny it.
There's no reason to deny it. But point is if we could stop denying it, you're right,
Exactly.
Judah. If we could stop denying it, we could actually focus on these psychopath black animals in the inner cities and insist that we don't care whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. Just goddamn do something. You're the politicians that have the purse strings and the ability to make policies to confront these animals. If we could get them to do that, if we could stop going, no. Here's the thing. Again, whites aren't doing the inner city violence. Blacks are doing the inner city violence. Anybody
Inner cities don't make up America. Inner cities don't the majority of America.
Are you on acid or something, man? I mean, look.
Bro, I don't do no drugs. I keep my mind pure.
If the cities go down, the whole country goes down.
How are you gonna skip over a whole demographic, bro, and blame the inner cities? Everybody knows what's going on in the inner cities, but it ain't just the inner cities. How are you skipping over these other demographics? Black, white, and Asian, everybody want to move somewhere who's raising families that's safe and has good education.
What the foundation of Search for a Home is white people first.
Say that again.
The foundation of searching for a place to live, no matter who you are, is the very first thing they do if they're not white, is look where whites live and hope to get in that area.
That is completely false.
Yeah.
No, that's true. That's true. That's what made me move.
Again, this is the thing where we got to define. This is where I say one of us is a goddamn fool. That's where sometimes you just got to end an interaction. One of us is a goddamn fool.
So you're what I call an absolute thinker. So that means everything Dave says is right, correct? That's what you're saying.
We have exchange. I'm just saying one of us is a goddamn fool.
Greatness,
bro. That's your little small space that you live in. That's what
greatness. Hold on for a second. Let's ask the black people on the panel. Judah, is it true if black people get money, they want to live around whites?
Exactly, man. Like what Be Brave is saying is the truth. When you want to move to neighborhood places, right? You try to find out, are there a lot of white people in this place, so you can feel more.
So I got a question. There's no. So they never look at schools and safety, because I know a lot of safe black neighborhoods, right?
No, I've never heard of a safe black neighborhood. Tell me one, bro.
Bro, I'm down in Texas. I'm down in Texas. You got plenty of them, bro. I'm down in Texas. I don't know. See, I be coming to y'all other. I be coming to those other cities and states, bro.
Didn't you see the black neighborhood in Chattanooga? All these places getting shut down, man. What the hell you talking about? These are black neighborhoods.
Bro, they're black neighborhoods. Okay, so you're gonna take one in over many.
Come on. Hey, Memphis, come on, bro. Memphis, Chattanooga, all these
okay,
places.
so here's my thing. Let me be specific. You're saying that there are more black neighborhoods getting shot up than ones that are actually safe with well-educated people raising families. Is that what you're telling me?
About 10-1.
So we got 10 safe, well-educated neighborhoods to 1.
10 hellholes to one safe neighborhood, one black safe neighborhood. 10 black safe neighborhoods.
Hold on. Do you hear this, CT? CT, listen to it. So you're saying we got 10 hellholes to every one black good neighborhood?
Yes.
10-1. I don't know where you at, but you need to go catch a Greyhound and get the hell up out of there, bro.
If there's a safe black neighborhood, it's because whites are in it.
I can tell you right now. I can tell you right now, in North Texas, you have about a good 10 prominent black neighborhoods and about maybe a good 3 horrible neighborhoods, and they all in the cities where the crime go on.
If you got 10 black neighborhoods, it's because whites are 50% of the neighborhood.
Nah, I live in
There
a
you go. And
60%,
that's
bro.
what is
That's
causing
majority black.
that's what is causing gentrification, because you cannot take care of your neighborhood. They got to tear it down and put all these buildings.
How they our neighborhoods if we don't live in them no more?
You live in them, but you're not cleaning it. It's all dirty. It's all turning into ghettos and all these places. That's
How
what
are
is
they our
happening.
neighborhoods and we don't live in them no more? I went and moved up to Ohio for 10 years. I don't live there no more. That ain't my neighborhood.
You moved to the suburbs. You moved into the white.
That question though, bro. I grew up in a hard neighborhood. I don't live there no more.
By the way, Bob with the $2 super chat says, even in nice black neighborhoods, they look junky. Go ahead, Greatness.
No,
man, I don't know, man. Some of the people, they need to get out them Democrat ran cities, bro, because I live around a lot of great black, white, Asian Republicans, and we go by the legislation, man. I'm just being real, bro. Y'all, because I'm being real, CT. I go visit these cities, man, and I just flew up to and everywhere I go, and when I drive through these things, I see the same things. Same type of areas. Y'all need to get up out of there because those things are designed to keep your reality in your mind boxed in. Some of the way these people talk.
Right. See, what I said the other day is when black people say I live in a safe black neighborhood, there's a whole lot of whites there. So, but they get to call it black because there's a certain amount of blacks there. What I'm talking about is you go to an all black neighborhood, nobody wants to live there, fella. You go to an all white neighborhood, everybody wants to live there. Everybody in that all white neighborhood, that is one hell of a place to get into. The all black neighborhood, nobody ever wants to live there.
There's a lot of trailer parks that are all white. You understand?
And they're peaceful.
Right?
They're crime free.
No, I live around people. I live around people with the same interests, bro. People who want to raise families and want their kids safe. And I'm sorry, a lot of them are black too. So I don't care what color they is.
And they're all smoking weed and marijuana and shooting each other.
Give me a second real quick. Bob is being ignorant, but thank you so much, Bob, for the super chat. Bob says the first people that leave a white neighborhood are the one black family that sees another black family moving in. Bob, come on, man. Bob also with the $2 super chat says be brave 100. He's giving you your salutations. Guys, go ahead. Go ahead,
Bob.
It's because Bob's actually white.
Dave, what's his name? Brave. By the way, all three sectors of my city. Put it like this: my sector is surrounded by 3 cities. They all black mayors. So, is it a neighborhood? There's 3 black mayors that run each city that I'm in. And around
you don't know how to run that city. And
no, bro, these are prominent. I ain't talking about no inner city. These are prominent cities, bro. Y'all need to get out those blue cities, bro.
Come on, man.
Y'all, come on down to Texas so you can see how we do it down here, bro. That stuff y'all living in, I done been through a lot of those cities, and they are O's. I'm just telling you how it is. Those things are designed for your kids to want to murk each other in. Get out there.
Your exception doesn't disprove what I'm saying, though, sir. And Rock tried the trailer park shit. Did you hear that silly kid?
Okay. Okay,
it's a fact,
okay,
sir.
I gotta get up. I gotta get ready to get up. Okay, now here's my thing. Okay, Dave, I'm gonna do this and be done. If I accept everything you saying, okay, it's true. Let's just say it's true. What are we gonna do about these problems that y'all doing? What is your first step?
We'll get them.
Let's just say we got rid of all. Let's just say we got rid of all the gangbangers.
Okay,
in the city. We're still gonna be left with what y'all doing.
It's a good question. I got it. Okay, so what are we going to do when we take care of all of these filthy psychopathic blacks tearing up the inner cities? Then we'll take care of the crime, the rest of the crime that is not tearing up other people's worlds. We'll get it. That's what you do next. Step 1, you got to make it so people in the inner cities can live.
Well, never mind. You talking to talk. I ain't on the internet, bro. You know that. You better quit saying that. One, but number 2.
Greatness. Hold on for a second. Let Be Brave speak. Be Brave. Go ahead, sir.
I'm just saying there is certainly an order of urgency. Right now, the violence of the psychopathic blacks in these inner cities across the nation is so far out ahead of importance of taking care of, is so doing so much more damage than everything else to our culture, that we're not looking at that is phenomenal to me.
Hold on for a
It's
second.
amazing.
Hold on for a second, Bob. You know, I rock with you, man. You're a good friend. But I kind of want to get you up out of here. Bob says, and thank you for the super chat, says the only bar blacks have raised is the rim height on a basketball hoop. Otherwise, blacks will destroy a neighborhood like the A-bomb on Hiroshima. Be brave. What say you about the super chat? Go ahead.
Well, that's very true. If you got a certain amount of blacks in the neighborhood, like where this fellow lives, because they're all high income and educated, that's not going to happen. Now let's go for the general rule: move all blacks in, it's over.
Rock, what's
look around. Move the whites. Go to any poor white community. There's no crime if it's all white.
Rock, what say you about the super chat that Bob put in?
I feel that it doesn't matter the race. If people make bad decisions, they're going to
No, Rock. Guys, just approach this super chat. Look at this super chat. Is this super
that
chat
one?
true? Yeah,
The only bar blacks have raised is the rim height on a basketball hoop. I don't know if that's a fact. Number one.
Okay, well, finish reading it, Rock.
Otherwise, blacks will destroy a neighborhood like a bomb on Hiroshima.
Hiroshima.
It's not. I don't think it's black, dude. That's like saying black is. But that's just saying a person that is a certain color is like adhered to act a certain way, and it's not like that. I used to be a gangster, and I used to go and rob people. I didn't do that because of the color of my skin. I did that because I chose to. So
anybody,
I don't.
Yeah, the issue is poverty. It's not about color.
Yeah, it's.
Oh my God!
Oh no! I have to stop you right there. It's not poverty. A lot of it is color. And one thing I can tell you is that,
make sure you identify properly. Stop confusing black people for N-words. I'm done.
Let her finish.
Guys, we seriously got.
You said it's not poverty. What is it?
Guys, if I mute you, just stay muted for a minute. We got to stop cutting each other off. Hold on for a second. AP, what's up?
Hey, good evening. I wanted to say, I was waiting for somebody to bring up about poverty. You have people, a lot of Asians are very poor when they come here to the United States. You don't have them robbing and killing people. The second thing is poverty. Some of the richest people in this country are black people. You look at a lot of the services that they're getting in the inner city, and yet and still they still go out there and they commit robberies. The thing about it is you can't, even if you are poor, does that give you the right to hurt and to kill and to take things from other people? No, it doesn't. And then the second thing I want to say is, when you talk about the hood, who created these hoods? And it doesn't matter. And a second thing is, with the poverty thing, a lot of these single moms are moving to nice communities and they're turning them into hoods. So you can give them all the money you want, but if you don't change the mentality, it doesn't matter.
So it is a poverty mindset, right?
No, it's a cultural mindset.
It's a broken home mindset.
So I just posted something in the back check. Bring it up.
Genetic. Genetic mindset.
It's a broken home mindset.
It's genetics.
Well,
single mom homes pass poverty, bro.
But so if it's a I'm sorry. So if it's a poverty.
Hey, I just dropped something in the back check. Can you bring it up?
How can you explain the crime that's happened in Prince George County, which is one of the richest counties in DC area, and there's a lot of blacks live there, and they still have the same problems that the inner city is having?
Democrats,
black people.
No, hold on.
What happens is
that's the only thing I want to
are born. Most people do not venture farther than when they're born, where they're born. And I think it's something around 80%. And so if you may have been born in a place where it's a lot of people who look like you, but that doesn't mean that because those people are black, that they're going to be good or bad, whether you're around rich people or not. That doesn't mean that you yourself are rich. And so if you realize that some people will have more than others, and there are those who don't have it, and you have those who will flash and flash money that they don't even have. That mindset alone is something that is a poverty mindset. Like spending money that you don't have and appearing to trying to appear to be rich?
Okay, so poverty mindset.
Would you get on CNN like that? If they called you, if CNN asked you to call in, would your grown ass get on there with this silly Star Wars stormtrooper mask on? Go
Did
ahead.
you tell that? Did you tell at the Brave?
I have a medical condition, sir.
I didn't know. I guess you're right.
Did you tell at the Brave?
But that's a medical condition. Go ahead. You got the floor. Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm sorry, AP listener. Go ahead. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, but once again, a poor mindset does it force you to go out there and bash people's cars in and attack people? And the thing that's really disturbing about
I don't know what mental illness will make you do.
The disturbing thing about Black youth crimes is that these are 13 and 14-year-olds that are going out here doing this.
So they
And they're
born
getting
evil.
no
So you
time.
saying if you're black, you're born evil?
No, she didn't say that.
I didn't say that. See,
You said
this is
13
why
and
you can't
14
have an
as if
intelligent conversation.
the age matters. What does the age matter?
It
Because
does
how
matter.
young
At
you are.
13 and 14 years old, you going out there robbing and killing people, bashing
Right.
people's heads in.
Are you
What
saying they are
talking about?
taught
Age
something
doesn't matter.
different than that?
Pardon?
Are they taught something different than that? And that
As a
are you saying
human-
they're choosing to do that?
Yes, they are choosing to do that.
Right, because they have other options, of course, right?
They do have other
They could-
options.
they
And
could go
whether they
pull
have other
themselves up by the
options or
bootstraps, right?
Whether they
No,
have
so-
other options or not, is it okay for a 13 or 14
Oh, okay, it doesn't matter what options they got.
an 80-year-old?
No,
But you
no,
guys
no,
don't
no.
want to address the issue that the Black
no,
youth are
I'm-
making places uninhabitable.
Where is there an African
The
country?
issue is that there's
It's not the black
opportunity.
youth.
Can I
It's the black youth.
can I speak about this from a robber's perspective? Because
I can speak about this from dealing with on both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, let me talk.
That's what
let me
I'm
talk
trying
about
to.
it from the
Go ahead.
streets real
No,
quick.
go ahead, bro.
Okay. The
Hold on for a
reason
second.
that
Hold on, hold on
that
for
I
a second.
decided.
Savage, hold on for a second. Savage gets priority because he did drop this Cash App. Savage, what did you say, sir?
So if you pull up those
Yes.
counties in the United
Yeah.
States that are the poorest,
Thank you.
if
Go
you
ahead.
look at those counties, the majority of those counties are not inner cities. They're not white.
Yeah, they're really not counties.
They're
yeah,
not black. They're not
yeah.
black.
Majority
counties.
white.
All
Yeah,
that
they're
proves is
majority
that
white
property just
poor
causes crime.
counties. Those
And there's
counties.
not-
If you
So
look
what
at
do
the
you, so guys, hold on for a second. Savage dropped a nice Cash App. He gets a little priority right now. So Savage, what exactly are you saying, Savage?
if you go up to the top,
How do you know they're white?
Rock, hold on for a second. Savage, go ahead.
if you go up to the top and you start going down based on the average income, the first one starts in like 25,000.
Yeah.
Average income for the county, which is quite poor.
Okay.
Willard County, is that a mostly black county in Georgia?
Hell no.
Is Crawley County in Colorado a mostly black county?
What's the point?
I can't name 5 people who live in Colorado, but go ahead, sir.
It
Go
says
ahead.
location of Wheeler Correctional Facility, so it probably has all the people that are in prison. Like,
Guys,
that's what
guys,
they're going off the numbers.
guys,
Let him finish. Let him finish.
guys. No offense, Savage dropped the Cash App just to show
Yeah.
this.
So
just
the
let
point
him,
that
let
I'm
him please.
making is if you go down by the counties, most of these counties are poor, and most of these counties are not in inner cities. So
Can I ask you something? Would you steal from a poor person who's obviously poor?
Okay.
What would you take from a poor person that's obviously poor?
Real quick, guys, real quick. Thank you so much, Kevin. It's been a long time. Thank you for the Honduras, 150 Honduran dollars. Thank you so much, Savage. It's been a long time too, Kevin. And I salute to you. Positivity's coming your way. Savage, do you want to continue with the sheet
Yeah.
real quick and answer the question? Okay, let me bring it back up on the screen.
Yeah,
Give me a
yeah.
second.
So the point that I'm making is those counties are poor, and they're not in inner cities.
Mhm.
And you've never probably heard of these counties.
Okay.
You don't see mass shootings going on in these. You don't hear about these counties. Poverty is not necessarily a derivative of crime.
Exactly.
That's what these counties show.
Okay.
That was the whole point.
Absolutely. Now, does anybody want to broach what he said?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay, right quick. Do you realize that when somebody brings up poverty for black crime, how that actually, in a roundabout way, you're talking about straight up white supremacy? We're the supreme race because we're all broke as hell too, and we're not shooting up anybody. There's a lot of broke white people, poor, dirt poor, single family, hillbillies, dead in the pan hillbillies. White trash as white trash can be. That must mean maybe we are a superior race because our poor ain't doing a damn thing to other people as far as violence goes. Our neighborhoods. I live in a poor white neighborhood. Look at this house. I'm broke. I moved here out of desperation. No, listen.
Look at them locks.
So here's how this goes. There's no crime where I live. It's all a bunch of poor white people.
Look at them locks you got on your door. Yeah.
You'll do that when things fall apart. So I'm just ahead of the curve.
Hold on.
Hey man, fuck my door. Hey, I'm just confront what I said. If there's a lot of poor whites, there's no crime in my poor white neighborhood or any poor white neighborhood I've ever lived. Huh?
The mafia, Irish mafia, Italian mafia. Did we forget?
No. I'm talking about where poor whites live. You said poverty's the problem. Somebody said poverty's the problem. I'm saying, well, sorry, that must mean whites are an actual supreme race because our poor trash whites aren't committing violent crimes against strangers in the street. Wherever poor white trash lives, it's very safe. Maybe we are superior. Fuck, I don't know.
Listen, even if
you need
they
to go to the trailer park near you.
I got one 2 blocks down, sir. It's about 3. There's got 200 units in it. Trashy ass.
It's a lot of crime.
No, there's not. There's no gunfire. There's nobody getting robbed. There's nobody getting carjacked there. What?
In order for it to be a crime, you need a police officer, right? Like, do you think that they are getting locked up by them white cops or taken home?
There's no violent crime. This is silly. You know what? This is silly. But you don't understand what I'm saying. If there's no violent crime where poor white people live, then you don't get to attach on to poverty being the reason where poor black people live and they're destroying and shooting up and killing people. There's something missing here. What it is, it might be.
Dr. Josh, this comment is very interesting.
Could I answer that?
Mr. F says, did the mafia sell crack, or the mafia didn't sell crack to their families? What say you, Dr. Josh?
Okay, and you're wrong about that. Okay, I grew up by Little Italy, went to junior high school, and a lot of those mobsters, snitching ass mobsters, by the way. But you got to remember this, not to mention the Asians brung that heroin, okay, in the United States, and they put it in black neighborhoods. Same thing.
No, sir.
You can't really say that because they did it so inconspicuously.
Let chaotic speak.
Did or did not the Italians sell, or the mob, I guess, sell crack to their own family members? Yes or no?
Allegedly.
To their own family members?
That's what the comment said. You want me to go back to the comment real quick?
No, but I'm trying to say is they don't put it in their communities. They put it in ours. That was by yeah, go ahead.
I know, but I guess what the argument is that the common street black thug will sell crack to their own mother, whereas the person who wrote this in the comment section said that you had mentioned the Italian mobsters. Did the Italian mob or the individuals associated with them, did they ever sell crack to their own family members?
No.
Yeah.
No, they would kill each other for that.
On the lower level, yeah. Why you say no?
There may be some rural groups that did that, but as a general rule, they would kill each other for that. You know, big city mayors back in the day used to ask the mob to come in because they would standardize everything and get rid of the little petty crime. And a lot of little petty crime was committed by blacks. But show me a place where there's a majority of black people and things are going well, not one off here and there. You just can't find it. Look at Africa.
Yeah, and if we look at group economics and who's participating in it, we'll see the people who are participating the most are the richest. What is it?
I also want to say something.
Chinese are 90% of the people in China are Chinese, right?
I also want to show y'all how propaganda works. This is the question to Mask Man. Do you think in those inner cities you're talking about, out of all the youth, the ones that you're about kidding. Now let's just say you have 100 youth in those inner cities. Do you think more of them are doing good as far as where they want to be in life, or they the majority of the ones you talking about shooting up and doing all that stuff in the community? What do you think the majority is?
If you take 100 inner city youth, that's my point. The shame of it is there's about probably 80 of them that want to do good. And nobody's stopping the goddamn 20 because people like you make up stupid shithead excuses about what's happening.
Wait, let me stop you there, bro. I drive an hour and a half. Wait, whoa, because I don't like being false tagged. I drive an hour and a half to go give back to my community, bro. And if you ever heard about Sock High School, you ever heard about Sock High School? A lot of those boys that we graduated with those 3.9s and 4.0 grades, and the whole team went to colleges. Agree with that. I was asking a general question, and I actually agree with you until you said that last part. I'm not one of the one that makes excuses. I got my own family and still drive an hour and a half to give back. I was asking you a statistical question. Out of 100 kids in those inner cities, a majority doing good, or the majority of them selling drugs and shooting up anything?
Majority of them want to do good, and it's people like yourself that are distorting everything that makes it so that we can't focus on them bastard 20% that need killed.
And that's
chaotic.
Goes and makes it 3.9 and goes to a college. He goes to a HBCU, and another kid of color will blow his brains out.
Okay, anybody questioning the mob? Look up the Pizza Connection.
Oh man, give a fuck the mob.
No,
They
no,
don't even.
look-
They're
do your homework.
the boardrooms now.
Look
They're
up the
past
Pizza
us.
Connection.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
All
No,
that,
no.
all that heroin they was bringing in the United States.
Okay, so for the 80% of the 80 kids out of the 100 that want to do good, thank you, Dr. Josh, for giving cover to the 20% that want to just completely fuck their lives up. Thanks for giving them cover. You're doing a good job.
You must have not got your fix yet.
Hey, doctor.
Travis, go ahead, man.
Oh, I
Travis, go
know.
ahead. Travis, go ahead, man.
Yeah. So doctor, you're correct that there was the French Connection where they were smuggling heroin through pizza sauce into New York. What happened to those guys?
Not just New York, and this is just what we know about.
I understand that.
Just
but
like with
answer my
crack,
question.
y'all brung up crack. At one point, it was $100 a gram, right? And it went all the way to $18. You know why?
Listen.
And it's
You're not
seriously
answering my question.
Well, okay, what's your question?
And that's on the lower level. You get what I'm saying?
Question,
Like the
my
people who
question
getting
was,
keys.
my question was, what happened to those guys? The
What
guys that
guys?
got busted for that. The guys that got busted for that.
The guys that got busted for it. That was the whole mob. You talking about a couple of people that were fall guys. Come on now. You sound smarter than that.
No,
the system.
But what
has
I was
already
just
been
bringing that up
infiltrated
just
by
to
white
show you a
supremacists.
blanket. It's a many of people. But you know one thing, being you're talking about black people. When's the last time you seen a big black cartel that was bringing drugs in? You know, and I'm not talking about no Frank Lucas hype story, which that was.
They're not that smart.
Black BMF.
Wow, we're not that smart. Okay.
Nope.
We're not that
BMF.
smart, but you know the funny thing though, in the whole
family mob.
world, black Americans, we the riders. You feel me? We excite the whole
How you
world.
say they not that smart if
Really?
you are able to come up from having nothing and your people have nothing, and you saying, oh, some of them are millionaires, some of them have money.
Are you guys not?
With the
hear me?
assistance of whites.
No, I don't use no assistance of whites.
And that's where you wrong. You better go look up all the great black inventors in America. You're
Where are
entirely
they?
wrong.
Where are they?
There are great architects. There are
and don't
great
worry about
construction
the stolen
companies.
patents.
Oh, matter of fact,
I'm a
matter of fact that you own, you know, a black man was one of the first to do that for IBM, right? A lot of y'all don't go read enough books to look up history. You need to stop being distorted. Read a book before you make comments like that. Only thing you got to do is you have Google, ma'am. You have Google, ma'am. You have Google right now.
Let's build.
You have Google right now, don't you?
Don't get
let's be honest. You have Google right now, don't you? Do you not have Google?
You ran it into the ground.
Nah, I like to hold people accountable for the statements that they make. You have Google. Type in greatest black inventors in America.
You haven't named anything yet.
You have. So you don't have Google? You don't have Google?
Google was invented by whites. I don't want to do that. I want to use black stats.
But the computer was invented by a black man. You know that, right?
Hey, greatness, great. Hold on a second. Greatness and AP. Hold on for a second. Okay, AP, give a response. Greatness. Let's do it back and forth. It's too much. All right, go ahead. Greatness. What do you want to say to AP?
I wanted to make a statement discounting all the black contributions. I mean, all the contributions started, especially black men. That lets me know how uneducated they are in digging into their own history.
What's your question to AP real quick? Just a question. Just give her one question. Just one question.
Do you research before you make statements like that?
Okay, AP, the question is, do you research before you make statements? Go ahead.
I do. And that's why I asked him. You know, he's talking about these achievements. So why aren't they happening now?
Okay. Who say they aren't happening now?
They're not.
I live around one home builder and a black architect. He just designed one of the biggest first made tech business in the colony. I don't know what you're talking about. Y'all be on social media. I ain't gonna take it out of hand, CT. Y'all be on social media too much, but the people making it happen are in the real world. Look up a guy named Matt. Just designed and built the architect built the first state-of-the-art business building in the
that means
a black man.
That means nothing if I go to see his artwork and another black kid beat.
It's not artwork. It's a build. It's a professional building, ma'am.
Yours jump my car, take my car.
It's a high.
No,
you just said what? Didn't you just ask me why is it happening now? Do you know what the number? Do you know that there's? Do you know what the all black one of the few black construction companies in this country have built? Do you know their name?
Do you know black youth violence? You can
taking CT. This is CT show.
Guys, just one at a time. AP. Hold on for a second. Bob with the $5 super chat says the deflection is nauseating. Facts on the ground indicates that blacks are problematic in day-to-day life more so than whites. AP, what do you want to say to greatness? Go ahead. We gotta get some order, but go ahead. AP, listen.
He's deflecting from the issue. You can talk about all these great things that are happening, but what difference does it make when you have a group of youth who are tearing it down?
No, hold on for a second, AP. Now wait a minute. Now you and I both know peanut butter is a fascinating invention. Come on now. Do you want to?
And without whites who
yeah, but what about peanut butter allergies? The peanut allergies are killing so many.
No, I'm sorry. Greatness, go ahead. Greatness, you got the floor.
But it was whites that adopted George Washington Carver and instilled in him learning. So once again, here we go. And you can shake your head all you want to, but the greatest example is South Africa.
No, self-hatred is real.
No,
yeah.
It's the truth.
Okay, let me just come back her question. Let me just come back to your question. You say, what good is it to build and you're gonna tear it up? Brave just confirmed that more youth are doing good. The majority of them are doing good than are actually out here committing crimes. That negates that false narrative you just painted.
No, it doesn't negate it.
No.
What's happening is when you have black youth that are going to HBCUs, they are not safe because other black youth are killing them.
Who said anything about HBCUs?
You can dismiss it all you want to. There are a lot of good kids in the inner city schools, but they're bullied and they're treated like trash. Not by whites. But
hold on. So you saying that whites don't go delete people in colleges?
I don't care about them. I'm talking.
No, you said when they send.
Let's not talk about mass shooters.
Why are you deflecting?
Because you said when they go to.
Let me read this.
Now bring up mass shooting.
You're not on the same frequency, bro.
Stop deflecting.
Guys, let me read the super chat real quick. Bob, you've crossed the line. Now, I didn't mind you. Of course, I don't mind the super chats, but Bob said, build more jails, build less schools. Bob, I'm going to personally help the devil with your orientation process when you go to hell, sir, for that one. Salute to you, Bob. Positivity is going to be right. Go ahead, AP and greatness. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I bet he looked like that profile pic, too.
Go ahead.
Let me make something real clear on something that I was accused of making clear for this fella. When I said 80% are doing good and the 20% are like animals, excuse the hell out of me. Those 20% can tear apart everybody's world, sir. That 80% that I gave credit to doesn't mean that, oh, maybe I'm wrong. There's no black violent crime epidemic in the cities. You got the small percentage of blacks, and I think it's even smaller than 20%. You've got a small percentage of black psychos that are tearing the hell out of every city they're in, every neighborhood they're in, and all of those black kids that are on it. If I could hook up to a polygraph, you know what I would do? I would hook up to a polygraph and I'd say, I think I love people in general, including black people, more than you clowns on this panel.
Every city has violent crime.
And they're all done by blacks.
Can we agree on that? Can we agree on that? Or no?
We agree. All done by blacks. Yes.
No. Every city, no matter where you at, has violent crime. Can we agree on that?
Yes, and it's mostly done by blacks.
Or there's
by far mostly. 95% of the violent crimes
so
in the
white. Hold on, even the majority white are all done by blacks. Is that what you're saying? The white cities have all black people. Only the black people are doing violent crime.
No, in the white cities, the white people aren't attacking strangers with violence. They're attacking their own people in the housing, in their houses, their families, things of that nature. They're not going out into the street making life unlivable for people trying to get back and forth to work on the goddamn subway, sir.
Look, I'm telling you, there's an issue with mental illness in this country, and it's in any city you go to.
You gotta kill mentally ill people if you need
and listen, we can try and you can be one of those Sandy Hook deniers all you want. But what I'm saying is there is definitely an issue, and it's not just black people, it's also the whites.
Apparently apparently, which one of you guys are from the East Coast and know anything about it? Because this is going to usurp his argument.
No offense, guys. You already know super chats get priority. Bob with the $10 super chat says the majority argument doesn't work. It doesn't take a majority of people to bring down a neighborhood. An overzealous bum can bring down a gas station, even though most bums are harmless. You know what, AP? I would like you to address this super chat real quick. Go ahead, AP.
He's absolutely correct, because the thing about it is, it's not majority of black people that are out there doing this, but the minorities are holding the communities hostage. And what sickens me is that these guys up here are making excuses. You talk about poverty, you talk about mental illness. How is it that people can come to this country who don't even speak the language in less than a generation, they moved up over you? It doesn't make
because
any sense.
they move as families.
Excuse me, let me finish. I didn't talk over you, so let me finish. So another thing is that once again, I always use the example of South Africa. Whenever you bring up black greatness, you were given a whole country and you tore it down in less than 20 years. The water doesn't even work over there. The crime doesn't.
Bob with the $5 super chat says white people steal stocks in countries. Not wallets and cars.
Now, let me challenge AP's argument, because I told you I live around Asians.
Greatness.
Go ahead.
Greatness. Hold on for a second. Bob, there's a special place in hell for people like you, Bob.
Nice and warm.
Dr. Josh, is this true? White people only steal stocks in countries and Negroes steal wallets and cars. Go ahead.
No. You can go to any state, you see the fentanyl crisis, okay, which is predominantly white. You know, that benzo thing that was going on, predominantly white.
Yeah.
But now they call it mental illness.
They stealing everything but the kitchen sink.
Can we stop this?
You saying whites are killing?
Predominantly white. Okay.
You're lying. You're out of your.
Oh, here we go.
You are lying.
Let's be
not gonna put it on the news. You think they're gonna put that on the news for you?
Fentanyl addicts are not killing anybody, which we might be a superior race. Even our addicts don't kill. Even our addicts kill themselves only. Even our addicts don't tear up their neighborhoods. We might be a superior race.
Savage. Hold on for a second. Guys, you gotta stop talking over each other. Real quick. Savage, what's up, man? You there, Savage?
A couple of things. I want to push back on a couple points. Be brave. You can't tell me that you love black folks more than me because I have 2 black sons. So there. 2, you said they keep making this comment about white people love opiates. I'm pretty sure that every rapper
raps about drinking lean and popping pills. All right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the main culture that's going on in music, because 20 years ago you didn't get high on your own supply, and now you're popping Xannies and busting gas.
Okay.
So this idea that you want to keep making a point of, oh, well, fentanyl. Well, guess what? Most of the fake pills on the street are made from fentanyl. Lean is an opiate. Like, Lil Wayne was addicted to syrup. All these rappers. Bob, stop. I've literally waited the whole time.
Dude, you take 3 hours to make 1 point.
Because I talk once every 20 minutes.
That is.
Can I dish out a challenge, CT?
Savage, were you done, sir?
Go ahead, Savage.
Yeah. Like, we need
No,
to
Savage.
play
I mean, no, because somebody wanted to ask you a question. That's why.
Yeah, we need to quit playing this game, though. The opiates are only effective in whites, because every rapper is talking about lean and pills and all the same drugs that white folks are doing. So like, it has to cut, the story has to cut both ways.
God damn it, I didn't say fentanyl only affects whites. I said whites aren't creating violent crimes under their
drugs
addiction.
don't kill people.
I said whites under their addiction are killing other strangers. I hate to break that to you.
Be brave. My comment about opiates wasn't to you.
What? Your comments on opiates were silly because everybody's doing them, and guess who's not killing people? Still, whites.
My comment wasn't to you about opiates, be brave. And I did say everyone was doing them.
Was that towards me?
Correct.
Okay. So what about the crystal meth?
Oh, that's a white people thing for sure.
Huh? That's a black thing too?
That's
a white thing too?
Okay, predominantly white, just like with the pill game. Yeah.
Right.
Rappers are talking about it, but we got late on the cut, okay? Because you forgot the bikers been doing it for years.
Who in the fuck gives a fuck about who's doing drugs? What counts is who's killing people in the street.
No, you're talking about crime and everything. Then all of a
No,
sudden,
I'm talking about violent crime against strangers. I'm talking about violent crime against strangers.
You're acting like, okay, do you know all these Walmarts are going to get shut down from theft? And you know where that's from, though, right?
Oh no, I'm sure it's all in white areas.
Predominantly, you white boosters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Come on now,
Dream on, buddy.
You're talking to
They're not locking up black hair care. They're not locking up black hair care products because white people want them.
This goes to AP. Listen up. Don't judge every book by its cover. Okay?
I'm judging every goddamn book by its cover. You got to,
but it's a game.
Generalizations is what keeps society full, sane, and healthy. Safe generalizations mean everything to an individual and to a culture.
All right, let me just finish. So what I'm trying to say, AP, okay, I was 18 years old in prison. Nothing I'm proud about, okay? Because I wasn't raised that way. But I left the East Coast to come out on the West Coast, have no family out here. You know why? To change my life, to better my life. Okay? I take care of my kids primarily. My kid's mother passed away from cancer. Okay? So don't judge a book by its cover.
Where's my violin? Give me that violin.
And who cares?
No,
I'm playing that violin, baby. I feel for you, Dr. Bob. Oh, your life was worse than anybody else's in the world. We're so sorry.
That's what you're supposed to do. They're your kids. You squatted them out. Who else is supposed to take care of them?
No. But I was
for that?
Huh?
You need a pat on the back for that?
Yeah, I'm wondering. You want an award?
What I'm trying to
just let the man finish his point.
Don't judge a book by its cover is all I'm saying.
I have the right to judge whoever. You guys do it all the time.
Nah, I
However
agree.
you
could judge whoever.
However you want to. Hey, however you want to look
right.
at it.
Hey, you know what?
You could judge whoever.
That's your opinion. No doubt. That's your opinion. I was just saying, you know.
I mean, we all got eyes. We're going to judge you based on what we see. That's just how it works. Now, what they're saying is they only see black crimes as being something that majority black people do, and so I don't see color. I don't think it's black crimes or white crimes. Crime is crime, and the only way a crime gets prosecuted is if a policeman or a police officer is the one who prosecutes you, who enforces that policy.
Bob with the $5 super chat says whites killed Walmart. I guess blacks funded NASCAR. Bob, you have been pretty much quiet, Bob. What say you?
I think the facts speak for themselves. When you have a group of black people, you're generally going to have some type of problem. You see it time and time again. The number of blacks who don't cause problems, yes, is larger than.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that, Bob. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Bob.
No, you don't need the overwhelming majority to take a community down. A virus that can't even be seen by the eye can kill a 300-pound man. This whole idea of the majority just simply is not mathematically sound reasoning. It's just not. All right?
It's not about the majority. That's what I'm saying. Majority of people go to work.
You get a few black kids. You get a few black kids in some of these white schools, and I'm telling you, man, they can tear it up. I've seen it. I've seen it. I see it around me.
Yeah. If
so, the black kids
gone
unchecked.
Guys, I don't think Bob was. I don't. Let Bob finish. Let Bob finish. Go ahead, Bob.
Well, I'd simply say with the crime that whites do, I'm sorry that you just don't see, and the media would report it if they could. You just don't see bands of white people doing crimes that are destructive to the public society, to public order. You just don't see that. You don't see whites unless they're liberal whites. You don't see low class whites hurting themselves. Low class whites take meth and steal from their grandmother. They don't go out and shoot up a nightclub because LeBron homeboy X was talking to his girlfriend.
Actually, it was all right. No mind. Go ahead. You still talking about?
No, you got it, brother. No, I mean, it is what it is. You see it. You can't unsee it.
The last person that shot up.
Have you heard of Pizzagate?
Shot up a club. He wasn't black. And shot up 60 people. You can get there,
sir. You can bring up that example, but I promise you,
there are plenty of examples. What are you talking about?
There are plenty of examples of blacks who are causing trouble on a daily basis,
all around the country.
Yes.
Listen,
okay.
mostly
and whites,
the ones who are getting profiled are people of color. I guess you don't realize that.
Where are there white people who are going in and playing knockout games, who are stealing from Walmart and shutting down Walmart? Where are these white people out here who go out in society and people are scared to walk by them and cross the street? You just don't see it. Black people cross the street when they see other black people, as they should. If I see some white boys coming, ain't none of us up here going to cross the street. There is something about the black community that is inherently destructive and unchecked.
You ever been in the sundown? You been in the sundown?
Name the white person that shut up McDonald's because they got
you.
cold fries. Name the white
why
person
you making a
that
face
shut up
up?
McDonald's got cold fries.
Have you ever been in the sundown town? Yes or no?
Did y'all hear about the Rashad kid?
Churches is better.
Did y'all hear about the Rashad kid in Mississippi? They got skinned, bro. Did y'all hear about that? And they just covered it up. The dude had problems with his boss and also was going through a majority white town, and that case still hasn't been solved. Did y'all hear about that?
Yeah, exactly.
Why is it every time I stop by the cop, I'm always the one that was actually speeding?
But I'm asking, did you hear about that guy?
Why am I not dead?
The guy that was in Mississippi leaving work and he got skint. Not only did he get skint, they cut his skull open. Did you hear about that case?
Yeah, let's not talk about that though. That was just one incident. Now,
okay.
Well, that's just one.
Violent crime between whites and blacks is the same.
No, but he didn't answer the question.
It's way worse.
Bob, what about the sundown town?
It's way worse with whites. They are evil.
Dr. Jones, I live 2 miles from the Mississippi line. All right, I've been down there at night. I don't like to do it, but you know what? I've gotten stopped in Mississippi and Alabama speeding like a mojon, and all they said was slow down. Now, why didn't I die?
Because you talk like
that. Was that a sundown town?
It's a sundown state.
No, he talks like this, and they were like, "All right, go ahead."
Okay, but what you're saying? What about my white girlfriend who's not even an American? Her paper's not legit, has no license. She just got in an accident. Had that been a black woman or a Latina woman, she would have been arrested, taken to ICE immediately.
Why wasn't I arrested or shot?
Because they said license and registration.
Because they wanted to get donuts.
Because they said license and registration, and I gave it to them.
No problem.
So, Bob, you think none of us have been through that and actually got pulled over and the cops say, "Hey, fix your tail light and keep going"?
Is this greatness talking?
Yeah, this is me talking.
Greatness, no offense, but your diction doesn't sound like you're.
Hey, my diction have say, man, it just like Martin Luther King say, don't matter if your subject and verbs agree, as long as you make a change. I can guarantee. Come down here and check my background, bro. I don't do the internet diction.
Hold on a second. Dirty dude with the $5 super chat says, "Hey Bob, come down to West Virginia, which is mostly poor and mostly Republican, and tell me if you feel or if you still feel you're 100% right in what you say. Now, I do have a question. Thank you so much, Dirty Dude.
You're talking about diction, man. I can code switch anytime. That's a weak argument.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's a weak argument, bro. I'm in the room with the best of them, more smarter than you and more well groomed than you. What?
Dirty Dude. I'm sorry, Greatness. No offense, but when I'm reading the super chat, I really don't like to get cut off. Just give me a second, sir. Give me a second.
My bad. Just give me a chance to challenge that Bob guy when you're done.
I got you. Dirty Dude, thank you. Dirty Dude, thank you so much. But I do have to ask you, Greatness. When you got pulled over, did you have your license and registration? And what happened afterwards? What happened afterwards, sir? Go ahead.
Had my license, had my registration, had my 2 daughters in the car, and he said, "Hey man, I just want to let you know your brake light is out." I looked at him. I said, "Thank you, sir." Didn't go to jail. Didn't get shot. Oh, I guess my diction, since it wasn't like yours, you thought I'd get shot, huh, Bob?
If they had to line the both of us up and heard both of us talk, I'm sorry, sir. Greatness, you would be more likely to have several misdemeanors than I would.
And
oh, you do realize that?
Oh, and, yeah, I do realize that. And
crazy to say.
Yeah. You let them talk and let them tell on themselves.
Bob.
You guys are thinking I'm saying this as if I'm better than you. I'm not.
Don't make me. I'll spend money if I have to, but I don't really.
He thinks he's OJ.
Hold on, Bob. How is that okay?
I would never kill a white woman.
How is that okay for a police officer to do something to someone based on how they speak?
It's not okay for them to do that. What I am saying is, though, is that you raise the temperature or lower the temperature depending upon how you present yourself to a cop. And all too often, when black people get stopped, you hear a sense of defiance and attitude that raises the situation more than it needs to be. Then you
white people don't do that, Bob.
Then you get some cackling woman in the car.
White people don't do that, Bob.
Wow.
Bob, do white people do that?
Just to let you know before I leave, I got 4 white baby mothers.
You know what white people do? I'm gonna call my lawyer.
Yeah,
they're able to do. Yeah, they're able to do that, though. They're able to do that where we're not.
I'm able to do that.
Everybody's not like that, but hey, you guys hold it down, no doubt. Much like ACK.
No one's told me why I haven't got shot when I get pulled over by the police. No one's told me that. And I'm black.
When I get pulled over, hold on. When I get pulled over, if I get pulled over for something, I'm cool, calm, and collected because I know I did something wrong. But if I get pulled over for nothing, I'm upset.
When have you gotten pulled over for nothing? How often does that happen?
It's called profiling. You never had that happen?
3 times in my life.
I've happened once in my life, just once.
It's happened. So
it does happen. Then you can agree.
Actually
and you got a hat looking like that and got pulled over.
One second.
I was much younger.
I even had a detective threaten me one time because he wasn't liking that we was asserting our rights for them not to search our vehicle. Okay,
you weren't at all defiant.
He brought the dog in and everything.
Why do you want to do that? What do you need my ID for?
Savage,
no, sir.
Savage, Savage with the $5 super chat. I'm sorry, $2 super chat says, Bob, you are long-winded
and got very weak argument.
For a second, imagine me being understanding of constitutional rights. Okay, and if I'm a passenger in the car, you have no right to ID me. First off, second off, if there's no reason, probable cause to search the car, we don't have to give you permission to search the car. So all we're doing is asserting our rights, just like freedom of speech. Just like
Bob is saying comply or die.
Hey, yo, Bob. I got pulled over. I got pulled over once leaving practice with my kids. And the dog said, "Oh, you coach? Hey, man, you go right ahead, man. I love what you're doing with those kids." And you know what? It had nothing to do with how I talked.
Do you have any
misdemeanors? No, I don't sound like you. I talk like this all the time.
Do you have any misdemeanors?
Why? My brother's a cop.
Real quick. Be brave and think. You still there?
Why?
Okay. Wait. Hold on a second. Be brave and think. What's up, man? You still working out? Or you good to go?
No, I'm good. I mean, it's rolling.
No, you're not gonna ride off my train, man. I still got some problems with some of the stuff you say. I'm not out here.
Now, what were the problems that you had with Be Brave and Think?
Well, no, let me say something though. I got pulled over by a policeman for going around chuck holes. I'm telling you, that policeman was looking for trouble. If I had made one wrong move, I was in trouble. And that's a white policeman, white man, and I'm telling you, that police officer was daring me to get smart with him. And I said, it ain't happening.
When I had
but that's what I'm saying. You don't have to say nothing. if your skin color is different.
Bob, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bob.
No, Esso was, or unless you moved it.
No, Bob. Go ahead, Bob. You come on, Bob.
I am in the worst city in America, probably the worst city in the world. It's the armpit of America. I go down to the traffic court with a suit and tie, and people are asking me, I'm a lawyer.
Yeah.
And all I'm here to do is try to fight a speeding ticket. You should have seen the people that were in there. It was like a jungle. No respect for the judge, no respect for the court. They had screw this court on their shirt, some of them running around. I mean, it's like, come on. I don't see white people doing this.
Nope.
They just did that on the Capitol, dude. What are you talking about?
That was over the hill hooliganism, man. That wasn't tearing up the whole thing. When have you seen some white people go into Walmarts and grab a bunch of stuff and run out?
So only black people do that.
No, answer my question.
Hey, my uncle and aunt used to work at Walmart. You know how they rob Walmart? They would take things out of the back. So my point is, white people commit crimes a different way than black people do. Black people don't think about it.
Where are their Walgreens shutting down in white neighborhoods? Where are their Walgreens shutting down where there are a lot of blacks?
Well, maybe there's enough people that are going in there and spending money to offset what is being stolen. It's not a deflection. I'm not deflecting anything.
It's very dangerous what you guys are making. What you guys are running from is very dangerous because you are enabling psychopathic.
What classifies a white neighborhood?
No, I'm not anything that anyone else says.
What classifies a white neighborhood?
All white neighborhood. 97% white. Damn it.
Hold on a second.
Colorism doesn't matter. What I'm saying is,
let me read the super chat real quick. Savage, thank you so much for always coming through with the super chats and the cash app. Savage says, but SDR, you do look like a man that is sleeping on the beach. And also to answer the question, what makes a neighborhood a white neighborhood? A neighborhood that looks like Asgard in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Pretty much a neighborhood that looks like heaven when you go through it. Go ahead, guys. You got the floor.
You are silly.
Never did it.
I'll respond
It's
to
the
that.
truth. It's the truth. It's the truth.
I'll respond to that super chat since
Yeah,
it was directed towards me.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. You have to watch out for highly intelligent people because they put on a persona to other people.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's what I do. This is my face. Now, if you want to find out something about life, you're going to hear about what I'm actually saying out of my mouth instead of what I look like. And
Okay,
Bob,
that is
I
very
don't
beautiful.
care about Walmart shutting down. I don't care about Walgreens shutting down. Maybe they should have put their business in a better spot in the first
really?
place.
Really?
Yeah.
And what would
really?
that spot look like?
Oh, really?
Where
I
would
don't
that
know.
spot look like? Oh, you
Maybe
don't know?
where there's paying customers.
oh man,
Paying.
Yeah, paying customers. Why would you want to put a Walmart in the middle of the hood
There's
anyway?
some Walmarts in some white trashy towns, and I don't
I
see
don't
them.
understand how
it's
I don't
But then
understand
you
how
guys will
this-
complain about.
it's not about
all
them not
these
having money.
Democrat
It's the mindset
cities.
behind having money.
is all
Like
these
a lot of
Democrat
these people
cities.
will put a Chinese place or a hair place or a nail place into these neighborhoods because they know that's what they're going to spend money on.
It's
But if
called
Walmart
parasitic.
didn't put it there, you
It's
guys
called
would complain about
parasitical
food
behavior.
deserts.
I can read that.
Savage with the $5 super chat says, Bob, the next time you are in Cleveland or in the Cleveland area, I'll buy you a drink. Bob, are you gonna be in Cleveland anytime soon? And do you drink
No,
when you're out of
all I
town?
drink is water and Diet Coke.
Okay.
But thank you. That's
Okay.
kind of you, Savage.
You would drink Diet Coke.
Go
But
ahead.
if
Diet
Walmart
Coke's
didn't
poison,
put,
right?
but if Walmart
Same
didn't
here.
put the
Same
stores
here,
there-
Bob. I don't smoke, but I don't drink no soda. That's bad for you.
But if
That's
Walmart
soda's worse than drugs.
But if Walmart did not put stores in the community, then you guys would complain about there's a food desert.
What are you
Wait a
talking
minute.
about, you guys?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I don't know about
Wait a
the you
minute.
guys.
Wait a minute.
part.
Hold
Whoa.
on. Hold on.
Yeah,
Wait a
Yeah,
minute.
I don't understand
Wait a
what
minute.
you guys
Is that a
think.
white
Wait a
woman?
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, soda's worse than meth and crystal meth and heroin too.
You know I'm gonna throw my shot, CT. I'm gonna get him back on the low. He can shoot back all he wants, but it's coming.
Hey,
I mean,
addiction is
obesity
addiction.
does kill a lot of people.
Go ahead, AP.
No, what I was saying is that someone made the comment, well, they should have put the store in a better place. But the problem is if Walmart and other businesses didn't put their stores there, then these same people will complain about they have food deserts.
I have to disagree because just like Brave said, I live around a bunch of the good old white people, and I'm sorry, Bucky's is in what's the other store? HEB. They're taking the place of the Walmarts, and I love to see kids be able to get jobs. So I know some of those that come.
Small businesses, them Walmarts took.
No, but I'm saying, also that too. But I'm saying down here, I'm a fan of kids that may not come from the good homes, moms and dads with good jobs, being able to go out and work part time, not being replaced by a robot. And that's why I'm a fan of the Bucky's that are popping up in HEBs down here. I've never been. I don't even shop at Walmart.
Yeah, we have grocery stores in Texas that start off at $18, $21 an hour. They start off starting pay, and these people are sitting in these Democrat hellholes, acting like that's the generalization of the whole rest of the country. No, sir, that is the North. Down here in the South, we have newer things. We do things a little bit different. Up there, up north, it's like it's reversed. In the South, there used to be slavery. Now there's slavery up north, but all these slaves are stuck in these Democrat cities so they can have the numbers and they can get the funding from the federal government. Okay,
we don't have slavery in the North. I don't know why.
I hope they stay in those cities.
One second, I know something about development. I know about realty. Okay, and let's say there is a opportunity zone, which it probably was a opportunity zone. You get so much money to just go in there and build something and run it. You only have to run it for 2 years, I think it is. You go and you build something. The federal government pays for everything. And they even pay you on top of that to build it. So Walmart went in there, built something, probably made a $500 million off of it because it's in such an impoverished opportunity zone. It was a food desert, like the lady down there said, which I've never heard of.
You got Savage.
You get in a car and you drive to go get your food. If you ain't got a car, well, guess what? Get on the bus. You ain't got a bus, you're starving. If you're starving, you're an idiot.
I have no idea what you just said. Let's just get something straight. Okay.
Blame them for their own impoverishment.
White people are trashy. Black people are ghetto. All right. You don't hear black people being called trashy, and let's not call white people ghetto.
No, wait a minute. To who?
I'm just saying in general. When I hear that they're ghetto white people, you don't think about white people being ghetto. You think about them being trashy.
Right.
Hey, look, ghetto comes in all colors. That's what I'm saying. All the colorism, it ain't. It's more. It's deeper than that. It's like
Esau. I'm joking.
No, it isn't.
And I'm not making
excuses. It ain't deeper. You're just running from the reality that there's black psychopaths in the inner cities and they're doing the damage.
Have to get it that way, or think that they have to get it that way. You know what I'm saying? But there's certain people who will resort to violence, and there's others who won't. And it doesn't matter what color they are. It's certain people who have a higher propensity to commit crimes. And we're not going to just say, "Oh, it's all these black people." We're going to say it's people who don't have much.
Well, I gotta hop off of here, guys. And it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure meeting you, sir, and hope to see you one day. And in person, I'll give you a better dictation. Let me go get in my vocabulary with my daughter real quick. All right, you have a good day there, sir.
All right, see you.
Hey, guys, I'm about to end it. Any last words? His ghetto point of view.
Yeah, absolutely. Bob, you are the epitome of a sellout. Brave, you are the epitome of a retard. AP, are you married by any chance?
Yeah, don't answer that.
Don't answer that. Why? Nah, because I mean, if we talk about community building, like that, one of the building blocks of being able to have a sustainable community is marriage and marry folk. Yes, no. That's
civility.
How you get wealth. That's how
it's
you
called
build
civility.
Foundations. No.
APD he's married though.
It's called civility. So you don't start foundations of wealth through marriages, and you don't start foundations.
Everything
of
starts with civility.
With the values of marriages. And
no struggle love. No more struggle love.
Hold on. So you can have wealth and generational wealth just with civility and nobody to pass.
Yes, in the beginning, that's how it starts. Whoever ends up wealthy, whoever ends up successful, whatever community does well, it starts with civility. Yes, civil behavior. Yes.
Stop it, Be Brave. Stop it. Stop it.
Oh no, I'm
Stop
sorry.
it.
I'm
Stop it.
yeah.
You've been wrong
Well,
all
like I
night,
said,
bro. You've been wrong all night.
You could. Well, that's. I was out. I'm a co-host. Okay, sir. Like, let's just me and you agree on this because I like this.
You're
One
an
of us is a
uninformed
goddamn
co-host.
fool. One of us is a goddamn fool, right? Right?
Right, and the other one's not wearing sunglasses and a hat.
It could be me, but one of us is a goddamn fool.
He's got a point of view. Thank you so much, man, for coming
Nah,
through.
thank you. I appreciate the invite up.
Yeah, absolutely. Savage Red with the $5 super chat said, "Damn, Bob, you really dislike me. I talk the less, and you always on my neck." Bob, you wanna?
I don't know what his deal is with me, man. I just say he's long-winded. He's taking it hard.
Okay. Let me see. SO, you wanna give a last word, man? Thank you so much for coming through again, man.
Hey, yeah, man. I just want to salute to you, my favorite race hustler on the
Go ahead.
YouTube streets. You know what I'm saying? Look, these black versus white conversations, I think we actually are getting somewhere. It may not seem that way to people in the chat. Y'all might not realize it, but we getting somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Y'all be cool.
You smoking weed right now?
Oh, dude.
I mean,
salute to you, SO, man. Thank you so much for coming through. Thank you so much for calling me a race hustler. I don't know why you did that. AP, thank you so much for coming through and rocking with us the whole night. You gave a lot of great insight. You came with logic. Unfortunately, when you have black panels, people will tend to cut you off, but that's okay. It comes with the territory. AP, any last words?
I just want to say until, I know there was a lot of deflection tonight, but until people address what's happening, and I think as adults, it really should be looked into as these youth that are allowed to go out here and commit crimes. I understand it's only a small minority, as everybody keeps bringing up, but the problem is that those small minorities, they are killing a lot of innocent people and making life very difficult for others. And until the justice system steps up and does what it's supposed to do, and that is to lock up violent offenders, we're going to continue to have this. And people can continue to make excuses all they want to, but until it happens to you, you don't understand how devastating it is.
Can I ask you a question before you leave, AP?
Yep.
Hypothetically speaking, well, in a situation, let's say you're living on the street, and to your left and to your right of you, two black families move in. What do you do?
First of all, I'm going to be nosy and find out what type of family they are. Because a lot of times, even when, and it's sad to say this, a lot of these parents, they work, and I understand that you have to work and put food on the table, but you need to be involved in what your children are doing. And a lot of these kids, and it's not just happening with the black kids, a lot of it is the violence. But what I'm seeing in other communities, such as Asian and white communities, is that kids are out doing things, dating, seeing people, smoking marijuana, and that I don't think that parents even know what they're doing. So the problem is, yes, we have a black youth violence problem in this country, but I think as adults, everybody needs to know where your children are and what they're doing. Because social media and also in the schools, they are not upholding the values of what a family structure is. As a matter of fact, they're working to destroy the family structure in these institutions. Yes.
Thank you so much, AP. Rock, any last words, sir? Thank you so much for coming through, Rock.
Amazing that at the he actually agreed with me that it's not really the individual's choices, it's what's being put out there as entertainment to our children and what they're learning in school and what they're being allowed to get away with in school. Also, it kind of builds upon that, and it creates a violence issue, and I don't see how you can't see that it's directly correlated with who is running these places. All the top 15 murder rate cities are all ran by Democrats. You cannot ignore that. For you to ignore that, you're ignoring the actual issue that there's people in control that don't want to let their control go. So what they do is they scare people with violence and saying that they're going to fix the issues, and they never fix anything. That's the problem. We have people in positions of power that are not willing to wield that power for the greatness of the people in the community. All they do is wield the power to keep themselves in power.
Okay. Anything else? Anything else, Rock?
No.
Another thing, I used to really like Be Brave, but man, I feel like he really hates people that look like me, and
he does.
And you know why I can tell that is because I am from a mostly white family actually, and I had some uncles that were actually racist, and I had some friends that were racist. I had girlfriends that were racist. So I've dealt with racist people a lot. The reason that I'm able to deal with them is because I am a honest person. I speak decently, and I carry myself well. I don't sag my pants or anything. So they give me kind of a chance. And then once I have a conversation with them, they kind of let me in on what they think. And I think Be Brave and Think has he has a white supremacist mindset, and he thinks because white supremacy always thinks that you can fix an issue by killing it.
Okay.
You're not going to fix this issue by killing all the kids that are doing crimes right now, because you know why? The 8 and 9-year-olds are going to grow into 14 and 16-year-olds and do the same thing because they're being fed this on YouTube and TikTok and everywhere else. You can try this one experiment. Open up YouTube with no account signed in, go to the YouTube shorts, start scrolling. See how much of that is violent shooting. A good 50% of it is violent shooting. I was so surprised by this because I got a new phone the other day, extra line. So I just opened it up, go on YouTube, start scrolling, didn't sign into nothing, never liked anything. It was all shooting videos, gambling videos, and that was it over and over and over again. So that's what is happening is all these kids are being fed all these violent things, and they think that's okay, and they want to go record it, and they go and they post it. How else could you explain them going and shooting something up to go post it online? All they're doing is for the internet clout. The internet's ruining these children.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Rock, for coming through, man.
Chaotic, right quick, I'll get it off.
No, go ahead. Thank you so much. This might be risky. Says Chaotic, Sharpton, Umar, Duke, or David Duke, racist white guy. Great show. Great show. Go ahead, Bob. Any last words? Oh, Bob, some of your super chats tonight, sir. I'm not gonna lie to you, were absolutely appalling.
They were right on.
I was
They were right on the money. They were
I
on.
was inspired by you, CT.
Yeah, I know. And me and you definitely will be doing our orientation together in hell for some of the things that we've said. But what say you, sir? Go ahead, man.
I take race out. Guy goes into a doctor's office. Doctor looks at him and says, "Listen, you're overweight, and you're gonna have to lose some pounds." And the guy gets angry and says, "Don't tell me I'm overweight. How much do you weigh?" That sums up what I think much of the arguments from the black community come. It's a deflection and an inability to look itself and don't want to hear that maybe there's a sickness that we have. It's always somebody else's fault. Great show. Be brave. I don't know what's up with your face, but I hope you're okay. Really.
I'm okay. I just don't want to. I'm just protecting people from having to look at my ugly face.
Okay. Thank you. And no, it's cool. I'll see you around. Be brave and chaotic. Thank you. Are you coming on tomorrow morning?
Absolutely.
All right.
No, I gotta do the peep tomorrow, so I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll see. Well, be brave. I might see a New Frontier or something.
Okay. See you, Bob.
Yep. Thank you so much, Bob. Thanks so much for Cash App and Super Chats. This was a great show. Be brave. You definitely held it down. You definitely came through with great logic, great reasoning. But what say you meant to end it all for the night? And go ahead.
My buddy Rock, he said whites, dem cities, and he said kids feared violence. Again, why aren't whites in the dem cities killing people? Why aren't whites that are fed the violence killing people? See, they keep running from the fact that this isn't about anything other than something's very wrong with the black culture. It's not even complicated. People are making it complicated, and I'm telling you, because they're deathly afraid of facing up to the fact that, yeah, damn, there's a problem in this black communities, and that's all. It's the sad part about it is as I said, you got a lot of good people in these black communities, a lot of good, decent people. Rock thinks I'm a racist. That's cool, but a lot of good, decent people that are being completely eaten alive. And these people that you had on your panel, many of them black, many of the blacks you had on your panel tonight, they acted like those people in the inner cities didn't mean a damn thing. The welfare of the people in the cities didn't mean anything. I'm going, folks, when you're giving shelter to these violent psychos, do you realize what you're doing to the good people that can't move out of them areas? And they're not. And that's why they're basically throwing good people under the bus, creating gobs of mental instability for them, all so they can protect their little talking point, because they're afraid. And I say it for a purpose. It's psychopathic, small percentage of blacks that are tearing up the inner cities across the nation. So they can make that somehow not true. They're willing to throw huge chunks of inner city black neighborhoods to these dogs. And that's what they don't even care about doing. That's why when they talk about me wherever I'm at, I'm talking, sir, I'm talking about decent black people in the inner cities that can't move. And it makes me sick what they're experiencing. And if you want to make an excuse because you want to hold me wrong somehow, you go ahead and do it. But they need to really understand what they're doing in their protecting, in their willingness not to be, in their willingness to be right and to make me wrong. They're just continuously destroying decent people by the millions.
Can I ask you a question? Would you rather have a neo-Nazi living next door to you than the individuals in Chicago that are doing the rioting?
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Neo-Nazis aren't dangerous. They're not. I don't get the neo-Nazis aren't gonna knock me in the head and take my wallet when I'm walking down the street.
Would you rather have the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan living next to you?
Oh yes. Yes.
Really? Damn.
Yeah, well, what? It's chaotic. So would you. Who do you think you're shitting?
Oh no, it's not about me tonight. Sorry.
I know. I'm just saying, all of us would rather have a Grand Dragon.
Let me ask you this: are you familiar with Nazi Germany?
Good piece. Okay. I think a lot of it was engineered. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, yeah. Let me ask you this real quick. Let's if you got a few more minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't ask you that. Never mind. I think
YouTube incorrect?
Yeah, YouTube. Yeah, YouTube is muting me right now. Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, how about this? You know who Stalin is?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you rather live next door to Stalin or Shaniqua from Chicago? If Stalin was alive. You said what?
Stalin is a mass murderer of his people in Russia, and I would rather have him living next to me rather than Shaniqua for this reason, because he killed him in Russia. Next door to me, he's going to be a decent neighbor.
You think so?
What do you think he's going to do with Stalin? Go around trying to kill people in his neighborhood? I'm not saying he didn't kill people in Russia. He was a monster, but I'm saying.
What about Mao Zedong? What about Mao Zedong? What about Mao?
You can't bring up any of these filthy communist leaders that killed thousands and thousands and thousands of people that I wouldn't rather live next to than a Shaniqua by herself risking black violence coming in. Because here's the fact. Them murderous goddamn dictators, they're not going to do that in next door to me. What they did was then. The black Shaniqua, it's now.
Okay. You got a few more minutes. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
If Jeffrey Dahmer was alive and you knew, let's say, stroke of the imagination, he was paroled.
Yeah.
He moved next door to you. Would you rather have him move next door to you or Shaniqua from Chicago?
Okay, he got paroled after eating young people.
Of course, he got paroled. He served 25 years. They said, "Hey, man, you served your time. You can get out." He moves. Okay, you have a choice, either him or Shaniqua, the girl that's riding in Chicago. What say you, sir?
I'm taking Jeffrey Dahmer.
Oh my God!
You gotta let me explain it.
Okay, are you serious?
Right quick.
Okay,
Listen. He's paroled. We knew he's nuts. He knows that I know he's nuts. I would tell him, "I'll kill you if you look one wrong way at me or my family." Well, let me say that I wouldn't say I'll kill you.
Monster, sir.
Yes, he is. They're all monsters. They're all monsters. But I'm telling you.
Are you telling me, Be Brave, and think that you would not mind a cannibal, a man that you know ate people,
yes,
living next door to you, than Shaniqua, just some ghetto little girl?
If he's paroled and out on prison, Jeffrey Dahmer isn't doing anything to the neighborhood to destroy it other than his filthy, vile mentality. Now listen, I know that sounds weird. Shaniqua,
very weird, yeah.
Right. Shaniqua can bring in 2 youths, and behind them are 4 more, and behind them is a couple more, and your whole neighborhood shot to hell when Jeffrey Dahmer didn't do nothing but stay in his house because he's a freak. If he stays to himself, he can have it. I'm telling you, Shaniqua's kids aren't staying to themselves. And of course, let's make this clear. That's an absurd question, and it doesn't prove anything. What it does prove, if it proves anything, is how dangerous Shaniqua and her offspring are.
Okay, now you've crossed the limit, because even with me, right? If I knew Jeffrey Dahmer did those crimes, was paroled, he couldn't live next door to me. I would rather have the Shaniqua.
Good for you.
Because
I know Jeffrey Dahmer ain't going to do anything. He's paroled. He's been done away with. He knows people know he's a killer. He knows everybody will be watching every move he makes. You think Shaniqua cares about any people watching every move she makes? You think Shaniqua cares about her son playing that bass line at 3 o'clock in the morning because that's his music? No. Jeffrey Dahmer ain't playing bass line to where you can't sleep. Look, I get what you're saying, and you can make it up all anybody wants. That goddamn, he said he'd rather live next to Jeff Dahmer. No, my point is that's how filthy the black culture can get in a minute, in a heartbeat. They can take down an entire city. Jeffrey Dahmer can't take down where I'm living. He can't do it.
Be brave and think. Thank you so much, man, for coming up. You were an incredible special guest. I would love to do this again.
Oh yeah.
I think you're an interesting person. Hopefully you think I am. I'm so glad you support the channel, sir.
Oh yeah. I'm serious. You're kind of my hero, buddy. You're saying stuff that other people ain't.
Yeah.
You just are.
Thank you so much, man. Any last words outside of with the topic for tonight?
I hope everybody understands the Jeffrey Dahmer question and don't take that too much to heart. If you think about it, if that was a debate, anybody, if you think about it, would understand how quick Shaniqua can destroy an entire community. Jeffrey Dahmer ain't destroying no damn entire community. But outside of that, it's been a blast, man. I've had a good time, and anytime you want to do it, let me know, and I'll think of a whole bunch of things that get under my skin to let you know if that I'd be more than willing to throw out there and piss people off over. Because I love the interaction. Like I said, to me, it's just an intellectual boxing ring. But I do really feel sorry for the number of blacks that really that were making all kinds of excuses and running from the issues in order to prove me wrong. I'm going, it's sad. I mean, I know I'm not wrong, but it's sad that they did that again, folks.
What about,
I'm more concerned about black people than those men were. I'm telling you, I am.
What about a black family that mother, father, or doctor?
Oh no, that's who I want. No,
okay.
Oh yeah. No, the Shaniqua. The Shaniqua. It's a known fact. You get a big old black woman that don't care about her looks. She's gonna bring anybody in to have romance with, and her kids can do no wrong, and she will not control them, and she will do nothing with the friends that come over, other than tell the neighbors that's their music. Never mind that you hear it, that you feel it at 3 o'clock in the morning. No, a black family, please, man. If I seen a husband and a wife and their kids move next door to me, now you know damn well I would be over there welcoming them, and I would probably not even keep that close of an eye on them, because if they're a black family and they got their kids and their kids are well behaved, are you kidding me? Man, I'd say, hey, that's great.
Well, on that note, be brave and think. I will email you. Salute to you, man. Thank you so much, man, for being honest and open and truthful, man. Thank you so much. Bro.
Let me know. See you later, Bob.
Absolutely. Damn. Crazy guy said that he would rather have Jeffrey Dahmer living next door to him than Shaniqua. Said he'd rather have Stalin. Stalin murdered 50 million people. My God. He's told them, hey, we leaving the Stone Age. You better come into the New Age with me. He said he'd rather have Stalin living next door to him. Guys, salute to you all. Positivity is coming your way. I will be back on Wednesday. This has been a great show. I'm going to try to do some more double headers, man. Let's see here. You guys have been rocking it out all day with me, man. We got Savage came through with all these super chats. This might be risky. Thank you so much. Crown Rizis. Angel came through with the super chats too. HB came through. Dirty Dizzle came through with the super chats. Beak, thank you so much for all the cash apps. Savage, thank you so much, man. Bob came through with the cash app super chats, man. Thank you so much. Bob is getting really wicked with them super chats. He said he got it from me. He got it from me. Wow. You know it's bad when even I get kind of like, damn, you said that. You know, normally I say the shocking things, but Bob, man, whoo, he's getting vicious with those super chats. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you guys. You know that how I get with panels. You guys exhaust me with the panels. You go talking over each other. Con Shonery with the 14 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Buffalo Mine, salute to you. Sam, salute to you. Random Post, salute. Chief Annie, salute. Dirty Dizzle, Dave, man, thank you so much. Ivy Dreams 06, Leander, salute. Casey came through tonight again. Lana, thank you so much, Lana. New Ideas came through. Thank you guys for joining the panel. We got Rock that came through. Thank you so much, Rock. And everybody else that joined the panel. Astro came through. It's a lot of people that came through. But nevertheless, I rock with you guys. Casey with the $2 super chat says, this is why Be Bold exists. Yeah, be brave and thanks, man. He an incredible guy, man. He just keeps it real, man. Keeps it open and honest. But I don't know. I think he's capping. I don't think that he would want to live next door to Stalin. I think that's all cap. I mean, come on, man. Who in their right damn mind would want to do that? If Stalin's moving in, I'm moving out. But Stalin's dead, though, so it doesn't even really matter. But anyway, salute to you guys. Positivity is coming your way. I hope all is well with you and yours. Let me see real quick. I don't want to miss anybody. SO, thank you so much for coming through tonight. I want to give a big shout out to, let's see, Judad came through. Greatness came through. AP Listener. Let me see. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you guys. Hold on for 1 second. All right, guys. Salute to you guys. Please come back and leave a comment. Put a one in the chat if you're going to come back after the video is over and leave a comment for me. It could be an emoji. It could be just, a simple sentence. But just come back and leave an emoji. Let's see here. Let's see. What's up, Not? Salute to you. Thank you so much for coming through. Please come back and leave a comment, guys. I need about 25, 30 comments. Let's get in the algorithm, guys. Let's make this the greatest podcast on YouTube. Peace to you all. Thank you so much. Oh, by the way,
I am from Detroit, Motown. So you can watch Tootsie your monkey ass back to Africa if you want to.